I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put a dollar to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And Joe's cracking me up in the chat. My goodness, Joe, thanks for being here. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys. And thank you so much for being here with me while you guys should be doing the dishes. Thanks, Adam Forever 21. It's so good to see you. It's still doing this weird stuff with your guys' names. So if I refer to you as that, it's just because I'm used to, like, I know your name from your avatar. So but Chuchi, good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for being here. Again, we are a 21 and over type show. even though this is an early edition of Night Court tonight, but I figured maybe people would be really tired from eating all that turkey and you might want to, get to bed earlier than usual. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. And, for those of you who aren't celebrating Thanksgiving today, well, welcome into you as well, and everyone in the bushes. Hey, Brenda Sue, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, you guys. I really appreciate you. We have a lot to get into tonight. Big stories unraveling in Michigan. Um, so I saw Rebecca Parks when she first went missing, because I was looking at other pages concerning Devlin Tate, and my heart and my prayers go out to her family. Hey, Justice Warrior, or excuse me, Women's Warrior. Um, You're always fighting for justice though, so you're Justice Warrior, I guess. Andrea, good to see you. But yeah, there was a young lady, Rebecca Parks, that went missing in Michigan, and they did recover her body. Now, there's been a lot of speculation surrounding her case, of course, online. One of the first posts that I got when her body was found had some things that were in it that didn't seem quite right, but some of them proved to be true. I did a couple of videos and I posted those, so I'm going to share them with you guys today. As far as I know, the baby has not been recovered. They don't know where the baby is. Now, there's still an autopsy pending in this case, so we're just going to have to wait and see how it unfolds. Um, lots of information, excuse me, in Devlin's case. A lot of information has come out and has been brought to my attention, so we're going to go over a lot of that too. I just really hope that these people that are making these comments online, I take them with a grain of salt. But I would really hope that they have spoken with law enforcement. The detectives on the case are Heshy, and the other one is Castle. So, and that's Ionia County Sheriff's Office. So if you have any information, or if you made a sighting or saw Devlin, whatever, I would hope that you are not just trying to get attention in these chats or on TikTok or whatever, because some of these comments led me over to TikTok. So I've been also sharing content on TikTok. I think I have like 32 videos, but I'm going to start posting over there as well. Um, it's really something that needs to happen to get more awareness. There are also a lot of locals over on TikTok. And Bo, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry that you lost your fur baby. Um, that is so difficult. They're our best friends. They really are, and animals are, they don't judge. They just love us unconditionally, and that's unfortunate for them sometimes. Hey, Cinderella, good to see you. Hey, Witchy Mama, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Thank you for coming in, Jen. I appreciate you. Jen says, we'll catch the replay, turning in early. See, Jen had too much turkey. Lady Freedom in chat says a lot when none of his family members have looked for him. Turkey Day, Dragon Tribe. Yay. Talk to you soon. Hugs and kisses. Thanks, Jen. Hugs and kisses to you too. And give my love to Jeff. It speaks volumes. It speaks volumes when the family is just like, okay, we're gonna sell a bunch of yard signs, and we're gonna sell, t-shirts, and we're gonna sell this, we're gonna sell that. That really bothers me. And there's a couple of reasons why it bothers me is because those are supposed to be things to spread awareness. Now, t-shirts, I can understand. Uh, t-shirts, I mean, I'm wearing my Sebastian hoodie. I know you guys can't see it, but I mean, I rarely go anywhere without wearing this hoodie lately. I have two of them so I could switch them out. But if I go somewhere, I put it on. So people can be aware. And, Seth has a QR code that goes straight to the FBI. Things like that are important. And I can see why you would do something like that. I would support that cause all day long. But the fuckery that ensued with these t-shirts was unbelievable. And then they folded them in a way and presented them on the table in a way that, I mean, you couldn't tell that Devlin was even missing or what the t-shirt was for or what he looked like. That those are free billboards, those are free advertising, right? And walking billboards and advertising for a missing person or child. Um, we can play semantics and split hairs all we want. Whether Devlin was, in fact, equipped to take care of himself or not. I'm not going to argue either point. The fact of the matter is that a judge deemed him old enough to take care of himself. So in that regard, he was 18 when he went missing and just shy of 19. So, many people could say, well, Lady Freedom, he's not a child. Yeah, well, he also had other circumstances like his autism that he was dealing with. So that too makes it more difficult. And I would never say that somebody who is autistic can't do something, because I believe that, that's wrong on the person's part who would make that conclusion without knowing. I mean, even some doctors say, "Oh, this your baby's never going to do this. Your baby's never going to do that." And the next thing you know, they're doing it. It takes special love and attention. Those people need more love and attention than a regular person would. So, with that, that's how I feel about that. So, the good thing, always try to find the blessings, right? The good thing about that is that any one of us can continue on and advocate for Devlin. And when I say advocate, I mean calling places to see if people can to search, trying to get together any type of resources that we can to get out there and search for Devlin, right? Get out there and search for Devlin. There's a couple of other towns that he was frequent. One of them is Vermontville. Another one is Hastings, and he also lived in Hastings, and that's where Sandra Tait lives, right? His adoptive mother. So those places need to be searched. Now, I've talked to his mother, Jessica, on the phone quite frequently, and I am positive, and I can say it with a lot of confidence, that Devlin's not with her. He just isn't. Would I like to see her step her game up? Oh, yes. Did I receive some text messages that did not show her in a good light? Oh, yes. I have a duty to Devlin to show everything. So anything that I find, even if I think it is keyboard warriors, right? Even if I think that they're out there saying things that might not be true, I'm still going to show it. I'm still going to ask them questions to try to get to the bottom of this, because the timeline is just not working out. I'm thankful to have you here, Joe. Thanks so much for being here, hon. And also, Linda Hall, I appreciate you making me laugh. And of course, we don't wish anything bad on SO fish sticks over there, but a little indigestion won't hurt, right? No, I'm just teasing. Um, and he's another one that's just a really big butthead, douchebag that inserts himself into these cases. And he doesn't, again, he did not find Jesse Farber. Two ATV riders found his skull. And he knows that. We all know it. So him trying to pass it off like he found Jesse Farber, please. What we could use some help with is finding the rest of Jesse's remains, because that's what his wife wants and that's all she wants. Hey, Deanna, good to see you. And it's just disheartening all around. It's disheartening all around. Hey, Lisa King, that Adam Forever 21, so good to see you. And Ann Reynolds, thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm still making my rounds, guys. Hey, Patty, good to see you. I also see, let's see, I don't want to forget any of you guys. Hey, Brenda Sue, good to have you in here. Thank you. Let's see, Kiki's here. Hey, Kiki. I hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving. You and your husband. I really hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving. Here's Joe. Joe, you're so funny. It's just funny. Everyone's like, well wishes in the chat, and here's Joe coming in for the kill. He says I try. Oh my goodness, he's just making me laugh. He's very douchey, right? And that's the only reason we would say that. I mean, it just makes me mad. It's like, you should really be proud of yourself. I mean, look, guys, because I am not the one. I am not the one to go out there and search and find like a person out there. I'm too sensitive, and I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not afraid to say I'm too sensitive. God didn't, give me that gift, right? But he gave that gift to other people that can go out there and be like, "Hey, I don't mind looking for this kid who's going to be probably not with us anymore, or this person." Jesse was a grown man. Um but nevertheless, he needed to be found, and the last time his wife talked to him, he was in danger, and he said he was in danger, and he told her where he was, and that's another thing, that searchers can go out and search and search and search and search, and sometimes people get overlooked, right? That just happens all the time. Hey, Blessed in Florida, good to see you. Hashtag Huckleberry. So good to see you, and thank you for being here. No word on her baby, Kiki. They can't, I mean, as far as I know, they have not found Rebecca's baby. And, her mother was taken in for a polygraph. Uh, the baby's father and the sister have been charged with other charges. Um, Aw, I love you too, Bo. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness, my heart goes out to you. Because I lost my dog not too long ago too. Cece, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sorry, guys, I don't want to miss anybody that's here. You could say he was a child. Yeah, in some ways. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, that's the way I think of it. Just because, he needed extra help, and there were a lot of things that he wasn't really equipped to do yet. Like, because even Sabrina was saying that she was trying to teach him how to cook for himself. And, I'm not saying that, some teenagers don't know, because mom's always cooking, right? I mean, my daughter wasn't one to cook. I'm the one that cooks, so but yeah, she told me she's going to be making some stuff for her friends Thanksgiving. They're having a friendsgiving or whatever. So, but I thought that was cute. I was like, okay, now you get to cook. So, um, it's freezing where you are, Miss Anne. Oh my goodness. Women's Warrior says, "Lady, it seems like anyone who could make a quick buck has tried their luck." It's yes, ma'am. It's disgusting that the only one who hasn't is his mom, Jessica, who has to encourage her to try to get funds and resources. Well, and that's the thing. Women's Warrior, I agree. Jessica did not try to make any type of money off of Devlin's disappearance, but I have to say that the more I was thinking about it, and she was getting a lot of crap online too, um, I just don't know that the GoFundMe is a good idea in terms of her going to Michigan. I don't, because there are people that will spot her right away and tell everybody that she's there, right? And then she's by herself with her special needs son. Plus she has a dog to take care of. I don't see that being of good use either, and I don't want another situation with Mary Much, cuz that situation is nowhere near over. I shared some text messages, and we're going to get into it, about, them wanting me to come on some panels so they can, dogpile me, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's never going to happen. Like, I don't know who you think I don't know who you think that I am, or who you think that you are, but I am never going to do that. That will never happen, because that is not about Devlin. It's about Mary Much and giving her a voice. Well, I already gave her a voice, and she lied. Every single person I've talked to in this case has lied to me, right? They just have, and it's okay. I'm not holding a grudge, but it just bothers me that all I'm trying to do is build a solid timeline. Can't do that because everybody wants to put their 2 cents in, instead of just, what time did Devlin leave the house? Devlin left the house at 7:29 a.m., 7:28 a.m. Another one says 7:25, another one says 7:35, right? It's all in writing. It's on the chats, it's, up on the panel. Um, and then it still doesn't fit, because if I was to believe that scenario, that Devlin left at 7:28, playing semantics 7:30, he couldn't have made it to Carl's by 8:21 when he stopped off at the dumpster. And somebody told me he was stopping off at the dumpster to look for snacks, right? Somebody sent me a message on TikTok and then they made it so I couldn't reply back to them. It's the weirdest thing ever. And then they're going to say, don't talk about my town like that or whatever, my village. I'm not talking bad about your village, but you guys are acting insane. Like, it makes absolutely no sense what you guys are doing over there. And there's a missing kid, and that's the first thing they wanted to do was make a quick buck. Not really search for Devlin. Because if they were really searching for him, and here's the thing, guys, Devlin had a really hard home life, and we talked about that on my last live. So Devlin's home life was so bad that he was saying that he didn't want to live anymore. That's how bad his home life was. So I am not going to discount that the family had involvement. If you're out there searching with the family and they know all the places you're searching, what's the point? So you're going to go search with one of the suspects? Okay. You know? Yeah, Joe, thank you. It really happens often. Yeah, that the remains are found in is rare in many cases. Yeah. Well, and I also think that, you know, if we look at even little Casey Anthony, um, or excuse me, Kaylee Anthony in Casey Anthony's case, right? The little girl, she was found right near her home, right? And it was in a spot where they had searched before. But there she was with the duct tape over her mouth still, you know? Lady Freedom, did you have a chance to look at the one I asked you to look out in Georgia, in Clayton, Georgia? I posted one from Georgia. Is that the autistic nonverbal child, Miss Ann? He's a little boy. Hey, Carrie Jackson, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for being here. It does, Bo. It's so hard. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's so hard. As the I don't know what a colonial clink is, Victor. Um, you don't know anything about this case. You're about to find out some stuff about it because I'm gonna go over it with because of the timeline, because people are posting about the timeline specifically, saying they saw Devlin the morning that he went missing. Um, it is Kiki, and you know what? I don't think that Devlin had a chance because I received some text messages from Tamara that I'm gonna share tomorrow because I really don't even have the heart to do it today. Um, you know, yeah, because it's really screwed up. And it's not right for me because I've been being blamed for a lot of this crap and like called a liar and stuff, and I'm not a liar. I might be a lot of things. I might be a shithead sometimes. I might be a smartass. I might be, a lot of things, but I'm not a liar. And I always come with the receipts. And you best believe I will always do that for you guys because I respect you guys and your time. And I'm not going to stand up here and lie to you or sit in my chair here and lie. Uh, Bless says, Bo, it may take a while, but I had one like that 2 years ago and I still think about every day. Oh, me too, Bless. I know what you mean. But I've also acquired such a great thankfulness for the love of the dog bless this family with. Oh, that's so right. That is so right. It's the good memories. Um, Yeah. Aw, bless. That's so sweet of you. You guys are such a great community. Hey, Lil Red, you're not late. You're right on time. Yeah, and there's nothing that she can do in Michigan, really. I mean, the thing is what I think what really needs to happen is that private eye needs to be, and that's about the only way I would keep that GoFundMe up is if that was the understanding. Um, and I know she was getting a lot of crap for it. And look, hey, if they did when they took the money, when Sabrina took the money, that was a shit move on her part. That was not anything that Jessica had to do. And I have a lot to show you guys yet when it comes to Jessica trying to buy t-shirts and yard signs because like they were like, "Oh, well, we'll have to ship them," and giving her the runaround, and she never did get a t-shirt from them or a yard sign. But Sabrina was handing them out left and right all over the internet. She had no problem doing that for anybody else. I don't like that. I don't like the way that people are treating each other in this case, and they are certainly not going to treat me like that. They are certainly not treating me like that. I don't care what. We'll just move forward. Onward and upward. Um, aw. I know, Bo. It's so hard I know, and it's so hard, at the begin when you go through that to think of that. Aw, your lab, Joe. I'm so sorry. Aw. Well, you guys see my Charlie because that's the pug that's in my pictures. Uh, Carrie Jackson says she told police 7 a.m. See, I know, like that's the thing, Carrie. It's like, I mean, all of these different times, and then, you know, the dispatch audio is what Carrie's referring to. And I have the dispatch, I've played it. And you guys have the best memories too, because there's times when I'll forget something and somebody will, like Carrie just mentioned that in the chat. I mean, how many different stories do we have? And why were they calling Jessica at 7:30 p.m. and saying, "Oh my god, we can't find Devlin. Oh my god." You know? That's crazy. I mean, I'm sure that was odd to hear that, you know? Women's Warrior says, "Lady, GoFundMe for a PI. I think Jessica needs to stay home and stay safe. Maybe keep some for a ticket if he's found, or for court appearances when justice prevails." Women's Warrior, boom. Yeah, because why would any of us want to send her there to have a big showdown with the Tates? What, in the middle of the town's village square over by Carl's? What are we doing with our life? What are we doing? You know what I mean? It's not. No, that's not gonna be on me. No way. No, I want to help the situation, not make it worse. And that's another thing too. I find it very funny, and you guys are gonna see these messages from this crazy Casper person, right? But which I know it's like K Nicole or whatever. She's been all over, Devlin's case from the very beginning, riding around with Mary and probably Panda Bear's mom. Just wreaking havoc and causing drama, and then flips the script and says, "I'm not causing drama, you are." And it's like, okay, whatever. Look, here we're gonna go off of what we find online, what people have said out of their own posts. We're gonna go off of that. I mean, you can't all of a sudden act like you're some kind of an advocate when you've been spreading a bunch of crap and causing a bunch of trouble. You haven't done anything to help. And she says that she was boots on the ground, and she said that I never mentioned James, who is from Backwoods Search and Rescue. I've mentioned James. I've mentioned Backwoods Search and Rescue. I showed his SAR maps several times. As a matter of fact, I showed him on my last live that I had. So all she would have to do is go look at my last live. But instead, she would rather yell at me because she's upset about whoever made that skull. That skull's creepy. That is weird, you know? Oh my gosh, really, Adam? Oh my gosh, semi truck in Wisconsin just busted a semi full of child trafficking. Memphis got a big bus too. A lot of people found. Wow, I did not hear about that. Thank you for sharing that update. Wow, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Poor Devlin, exactly, poor Devlin, and I don't feel sorry for anybody but him, Lisa, I can't. I can't. Because, the last set of text messages that his mom shared, he was threatening to take his own life. I cannot discount that. I cannot discount that, especially with what I'm gonna show you tomorrow. I just don't have the heart to do it tonight, I don't. I'm not going to either. Yeah, Kaylee Anthony was the first case yeah, that you were following, Bo. Yeah, I just remember that her mother calling in, and saying that the trunk was, had an awful smell, and oh my gosh. Thank you, Victor. He's been missing since April 21st of 2025, so he's been out there for 7 months. And, one consistent statement that I can say, everyone across the board has said that Devlin would have called someone, whether it be his mom, whether it be his adoptive mom, whether it been his good buddies, his friends, or some of the people that weren't as nice to him in the family. He would have still called. He was someone that called so much that sometimes people didn't answer him back. Happy Thanksgiving, Justice Jane. Thank you for being here. So, thank you so much. Hey, Captain Jules, how are ya? Thank you so much for being here. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. No worries. We're just getting into it. I haven't shown any of the receipts yet, Jules. You're good. You're good. You're good. Hey, Kelly Holcomb. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Welcome in and thank you. Hogan's Heroes, yeah. I don't know. I wasn't as big of a Hogan's Heroes fan, but I know of it. I know of that. And I do know that's a famous line, I know nothing. Yep. Um okay, so where do we begin? Okay, I think we're just going to go ahead and begin with this timeline presentation that I came up with here. And again, came up as a short. It some of them, I don't know why, but some of my short videos will come up as shorts and some of them will come up as a full video. So if you want to check this one out, it is a short. Some of them turn out as shorts. So more keyboard warriors, but have they ever given formal statements of these accounts to law enforcement, right? So they're, look, you want to say drama? Let's say drama. Because why are you just saying this online as if you know something that everybody else doesn't know, right? But if you did in fact see Devlin, did you tell law enforcement or are you just saying this online? Because that would be something that's important for law enforcement to know about. So here we go. And just bear with me, guys, because we're just going to have to watch it as it goes and I'll pause to read. So this guy is called Gooder Times and he's on YouTube. I don't think he's a YouTuber person, or excuse me, he's a TikTok guy. This is his TikTok account. I don't know if he's a YouTuber or just a TikTok person, but I do know that I realize that you can monetize TikTok if you have over 1,000 followers. I don't know if he monetizes his TikTok or what. Hey, Debbie says what? Good to see you, hon. Happy Thanksgiving. And so, I'm not sure. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. So yeah, I'm not sure who this person is. I did send him a message and I did ask him, about the sighting that he's alleging. And this is what he wrote on the posts that prompted me to reach out to him. So this is another TikTok guy, and I have no idea who this dude is, right? But he's like at 8:21 a.m. and Tamara was all up in his comments. So imagine my surprise when I go to this page, and I'm like, oh wow, Tamara and Matt were all up in the comment section on this guy, right? And there's 226 comments total, and this guy left it all up there. So hats off to him for getting Devlin's story out there, number one, but number two, free speech, because some people will erase comments and mess with all that. I try not to erase comments. It has to be something pretty vulgar, or I won't, which translates to hate speech, not free speech, right? So, but here we go. He says, I was the last one to see him near the Lake Odessa bus garage at 8:30 a.m. So very interesting from gooder times, right? And then this creepazoid says, rest in peace, Devlin. Rest in peace, Devlin. We don't know that he's not alive still. So why would you do that? Unless you have guilty knowledge. What the hell, weirdo? And of course, you can't find, what that account is or whatever. So now I wanted to point to this. The timelines never added up. This is a comment or a statement, excuse me, from Ionia County Sheriff's Office that says Tait was last seen leaving his home for his daily walk to the stores in Lake Odessa on April 21st at 8:21 a.m. Right? So it would make sense if that guy saw him at the bus barn at 8:30 if he left his home per the Ionia County Sheriff's Office. Right? So let's do this. I'm going to show you this. Because there's no way that this could ever be. And I'm sorry if I crackle. That's what happens when I do the map. For some reason, it's a pain in the patoot. All right. So let's do... I know I have his... Alrighty. Oh, no, I don't want that. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, I guess I don't have it on there. All right, we'll just go to the bus barn. Because it's right by his house, and the thing is that it would make sense and it would align with what this guy's saying. And I don't know, maybe he thought I was being argumentative or accusatory or something, or maybe he's just a jerk who's talking crap online. But look at where the bus barn is. Here, let me take this off and I'll show you. There we go. Okay. So this is where Devlin lives on Oak Ridge Drive, 1855. This is the bus transportation, Busy Bee, right? This is the bus barn. And there he is over here, leaving his house at 8:21, making his way over here at 8:30 would make sense, right? So, okay, wow, we solved it. No, not so fast. Because Tammy is saying something completely different. Right? This is what Tammy is saying. She is saying that, let me make sure. Okay. She says, hi, Trisha. I want to let you know that I have been in contact with Carl's Supermarket and the Lake Odessa Police Sheriff, Kendra Backing, to try to clear some of this up for you. Devlin left home at 7:28 a.m. Okay, so he leaves at 7:28 a.m., according to Tamara. He was seen on video at Carl's cashing out at 8:21 a.m. So again, how could he be doing that if, The police told us that he was leaving his home at 8:21 a.m. But according to the one who was with him at the house, she's saying that he left at 7:28 and he used his card when he was cashing out at 8:21. I got a call that Devlin was seen around 8 a.m. by a McDonald's coworker looking in the dumpster behind the Family Dollar. So, who is this person? And she says that she suspects that he was looking for cans to turn into at Carl's, right? Aluminum cans. But we're gonna see someone else saying that, he was busy getting snacks from the dumpster, which is very odd that he was eating out of a dumpster. But we know what kind of life Devlin was living. We know that he was getting kicked out. We know that he wasn't able to eat there, that he had to use his own money from his own food card, the bridge card, right? So who knows? Maybe he was looking for food, which is very sad. And maybe Tamara's saying that he, was only looking for cans because she doesn't want anybody to know that the poor kid was looking for food. But then again, it doesn't make sense why he would be looking for food when he had like $200 on his bridge card, right? And Joe, you do not love dumpster snacks. Okay, so here we go. I left a voicemail for Chief Backing to call me in regards to that morning. I'm sure they made a report or who they talked to. I would hope so. I would hope they talked to Good Times over there and what their findings are. I'm waiting for a call back. That is how we found out Devlin was wearing a white t shirt and not a red one. As far as the proofs, other than that, I honestly am not sure what you were asking for. If you'd like, I can take screenshots of every conversation that Jessica and I have had and send them to you. It might take a while. I would greatly appreciate that, Tamara. And I also did email Tamara, let her know that I'm going to be releasing the text messages that she sent me. And then I will also release anything you send me, Tamara, if you're listening. I also sent you an email saying that we're good to go. So just send them my way. And it might be easier for you to do that on Facebook. So we'll get together on that. And look, guys, I'm releasing everything they send me. So if someone sends me something, I'm going to release it. That's how I can stay fair and I can stay 100% for Devlin and not be biased to anyone. But when I see a need for somebody that needs stuff or, somewhere where we can help, I'm always going to do that. It doesn't matter, good, bad, and different. So, that's where I stand on that. And I am going to release those text messages because I think that it has a lot to do with Devlin's disappearance. I'm sorry that we didn't do or say things the way that you feel we should have. I'm sorry I didn't print more color flyers to suit you. Color ink is expensive, and since I paid for paper and ink out of my own pocket, I was limited on funds. See, and that's an inconsistency right there. Sabrina said that she paid for all of it, and that was corroborated by someone else that I've talked to who is close to this case that I'm not going to reveal my sources on. That person told me that Sabrina had taken her income tax money and paid for that. So come on now. Stop lying to me. And this is the thing. This is why I'm frustrated. I gave them all a voice. I gave them my ear, my platform to help find Devlin. I offered them to work together. I offered to be the conduit between them. I offered to do all of these things. Do they not want him found? Because they all lied. They all lied. Okay, so she says, I did print a lot of them in color. Speaking of color, a lot of times Devlin's eyes appeared to be dark, so I listed them as brown. It was our mama who corrected me and said they were hazel. I then changed it. And I also made a new flyer too, guys, um, for Devlin. So it's okay, Canine Jules. And I don't expect them to be 100% honest. I mean, I get it. There's things that people are going to fib to me about. And I'm no one special. I'm just a YouTuber. But in order for me to tell the story correctly or to tell the story, um, I have to get the right answers, right? And I need people to be honest with me so we can get good information out. Because from the beginning that there's been misinformation, no doubt. I think we all agree on that at least. So, um, there's that. But let's start over. It's not too late. He's still out there, so we can get some good flyers going. We can make different flyers. The Aware Foundation makes beautiful flyers, guys. I mean, there's a lot of people that make way better flyers than me. Um, but I digress. There are so many little discrepancies in your statements I'd like to correct, such as must have been my hand helping Sabrina put the yard sign in the ground. And here's the thing. I'm always so shocked that's the discrepancy that she wants to address with me, because there's so many more things that I said that I would rather have some kind of a clarification on, and I have nothing except for, make sure you tell everybody that was not my hand putting the sign in the ground, and I'm like, "Okay," which we addressed that last time. Here's back to the time. Okay, her time was off. So does that make her guilty? Not by any means. She was frantically trying to find her nephew. It was actually 15 hours and 2 minutes since he'd been last seen. Since we are getting technical, I'm good at math and Sabrina is not. Now, there's more to this email, but I'm going to share that when I share the text messages on our next live. I mean, I'll always make a video about them. Um, and that's my thing, Carrie, and we're gonna get into it too with that. It's also strange not to use the reward money for resources like color flyers or billboards. I agree, especially at this time, right? Because Devlin's been missing, and it's like, well, the money's for Devlin. Okay, well, Devlin's been missing for 7 months now. It's time to do something good with that money in order to help find him, right? Because I understand that they want to give that money to Devlin when he's found, but I think it would be better suited, to find him. Joe, don't say that. Joe. Oh my goodness. Joe, you're gonna have me and Justin fighting over you if you say stuff like that. That's too funny. Um, so we got that statement, right? So Sabrina's off on her times or whatever, but it doesn't mean that she's guilty. And I agree with that too, Tammy, just so you know. I agree with what you're saying there. And I'm not only thinking that there would be guilty knowledge from Sabrina just based on the time frames, but the thing is you guys have changed your story so many times, that it's hard to follow. Because if I'm to put out a timeline based on what you guys are saying, and then there's people that come out and are like, "Oh no, Lady Freedom, you're wrong. You got your facts mixed up." It's like, well, my facts are coming from the family themselves. I've been in contact with every one of them except for Sandra, but that's because she's 81 years old, guys, and I'm not trying to make more stress on her, but when I was being accused of crap, you best believe I'm going to stick up for myself and Devlin. Okay, so this is Devlin when he was working as a dishwasher, by the way. We read that on his profile. He's just such a cutie. You could tell he's proud of himself there. Um, DJ AJ says, I live here and it was weird when he went missing. I saw him the day he went missing on my way to work. I didn't know he was missing at the time, but I saw him around 10:30 a.m. walking down through the park known as Swifties. with a grocery bag from Carl's. He was headed southeast. Okay, so this makes a little bit more sense with the sightings, with the police saying he left at 8:21 a.m. from his house. Then the police, excuse me, then the sighting over at the bus barn, because sometimes he did take that route around. And then it would make sense if they saw him around 10:30 because don't forget, he had to he absolutely had to have charged his phone because he was cut off from the electricity at home. So he had to sit there and charge his phone, and usually if you have a fast or lightning charger, it'd take about an hour and a half. See, that's the problem with this timeline is that it's not adding up. Um, the scenario doesn't work. It just doesn't. Especially if he had to charge his phone, that means his phone didn't have any juice in it when he left the house. It was probably very low and probably needed to be charged. So, yeah, Victor, it's a sad story. It's a very sad story of this young man. Devlin had a good heart, you guys, and that's one thing that I can see, even not knowing him, but reading through his text messages, seeing how he was. He had a really good heart, and people took advantage of him, and people mistreated him, no doubt. So anyway, 10:30 sighting of Devlin the morning that he went missing. And if you guys are wondering what Swifties is, I'm going to show you. It's a big park. It's located by Buddy's on the beach, right? So here's the pin drop of that. There's Carl's. So he could have walked down here, down Fifth Ave, right? And this is Jordan Lake over here, just so you know. And this is Jordan Lake Street, and this is where the park is. Okay, and I put the little sticker over there because there was like, kids in here because it's a park, So Swifties, pals love and care enough. And they established it, I guess, in 91. So the park's been there for a while. Reminds me of a lot of parks up by where I grew up, just all the wood and everything. And then it gives Swifties Place. It's in honor of someone who has passed away, right? So it's really cute. It's a cute park. Um, Really beautiful in the fall, I'm sure, like in this picture. And this is where you can see, maybe Devlin liked to hang out over here. Maybe he grabbed his groceries and then went over by Swifties to eat, or something. I don't know. I would think that he was probably hungry and ate it at the laundromat because we know he had to have went and charged his phone at the laundromat. Even though we don't have proof of it, we do know that he did charge his phone over there because he couldn't charge it at home. And again, just some more pictures of Swifty's place. And there is a big picnic table, so there's a lot of places where he could, if he had to use the restroom, he could have used it there too. But they were used to having him at the laundromat, you know. Hey, Sprinkle Donut. So yeah, they were absolutely used to him being at the laundromat. They even, were said to have filled up some water jugs when their pipes froze over, according to Sabrina. So endangered missing. This is the new flyer that I made. We need searchers, right? We need boats with sonar. I'm not saying that no one else used their sonar. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact opposite. I know that my source that's close to this case told me that they went out in their kayak and used their own sonar in a kayak because you have all of these areas that the boats can't get to, right? All of these little areas that connect the lakes that the boats can't get to. So Devlin Lee Hatfield Tait is missing from Lake Odessa, Michigan, April 21st, 2025. The last phone ping by law enforcement is 11 p.m. Eastern as at Lakewood Estates Trailer Park. Devlin has autism and was last seen by his adoptive family, Sabrina and Tamra. The last person he spoke with was Matt Tait, his adoptive brother, at 9:30 a.m. His mother Jessica lives in Yuma, Arizona. Devlin would always call his mom an adoptive mom in the morning, although excuse me, throughout the day and at night. It's not like him to not reach out to family and friends. Devlin liked to spend time at Penny's Pizzeria, right? Because Penny's Pizzeria would give Devlin food off of the buffet. Instead of throwing it in the garbage, they just give it to him, which was very sweet. And he never did go for lunch over there, which he usually did, or he did a lot. Bob's Barn Jams, he liked to go over there. Buddies on the beach, and was said to have went to Carl's supermarket the morning of his disappearance. If you have any information, please call Ionia County Sheriff's Department. That's 616-527-5737, right? And those are the most recent pictures I could find of Devlin. So let's talk about it during the conversation live. And that is what I put up for tonight. Less talking, more searching, right? Less typing, more searching. Because he needs to be found. And that you're not going to find him while you're typing. I would encourage some of those TikTokers that live up there to maybe start filming some of the area. Go over to Bob's Barn and maybe interview the guys over there that used to hang with Devlin. Maybe put your time to good use. Because I live all the way down in Florida. I can't do that. Or I would be. Keyboard warriors, but have they ever given law enforcement any of these sightings? I don't think they have, guys. I really don't think they have. And that's a problem if they haven't. Alrighty. So let's see. I want to do these in order. This is the boy that I shared, Miss Ann, from Georgia, nonverbal autistic teen in Baldwin County. I'm sorry if I missed your answer on that, but this is the little boy that I posted from Georgia. So really, really sad. I hope they find him soon. Let me go to, sorry, they kind of messed me up because some of my videos went to videos and some of them went to shorts. So, okay, yes, I wanted to go from there to there. Okay. So, this is another one that I wanted to show you.
This is it. We'll never get a better shot.
And I don't pay for premium. Okay. Alrighty. And so where are all the recent photos of Devlin? Because this is weird, right? Like, why are we seeing this just like in, let me take off this overlay. Just like in the Sebastian Rogers case, right? We're like, okay, why are all these young pictures of Sebastian? Why are they trying to make him look younger than he is? So we've already kind of dealt with this nonsense before. And where are all the recent photos? So I pulled all the recent ones that I found. I know, Carrie, and that's why I was like, I don't think it's a good idea that we send Jessica there. Or, you know what I mean? Or not send her, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's a good idea because it scares me too, especially like all the nasty comments that I've gotten just covering his case. It's very odd. But I will tell you, I've met a lot of people that are nice from there too. So, the cup is half full, always. All right, so coming at you in 5 seconds. Okay, so we have this photo, which I peeped online, and this is Devlin, very close to the time he went missing. His eyes look very blue in this photo. You can see them. I mean, just very, very, very blue. Okay, so this is Tam's post from May 9th, 2025. These are pictures of Devlin on his trike. Pastor Bert Rand, from Woodgrove Christian Parish sent them to me recently. as he put it, as he put it, he was Devlin's trike mechanic. I don't know when these were taken, but I thought I'd share them. His trike is broke down at our mama's, or we would have seen him riding it instead of walking everywhere. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to be nice. I'm gonna try to be nice. Fair use. Fair use. Thank you, Canine Jules. Fair use. Okay. Disclaimer, my mouth might get me in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. Guys, does Devlin look like he could ride that bike anywhere? Look at how big he is. And I'm not trying to shame Devlin. I'm not saying like, oh my God, he's so fat. Look at him on the bike. No, I'm saying he's a big guy. You know, that is so off-putting. You know, so off-putting. So no, I do not think that Devlin could have been riding this around town. Now it's perfect for him at this age. He looks like he's probably like, oh, I don't know, like maybe 7 or 8. He's adorable. And he's adorable here too, but look at him. He's like, I mean, wow, Tam Tam, come on. Hey, Holly, thanks for being here. Yeah, this is okay. So, here we go. All right, underneath it says, my bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to be playing the music while I was talking. All right. So it says, so just to be clear, he couldn't possibly have this trike. I seen this post this morning. Ironically, I just now was driving down Marsh Road in Okemos, across from the mall, and a young man who looked incredibly similar was riding north on a red trike with a basket on the back. A grown man was riding that tricycle. Ah, I'll be nice. I just wanted to throw it out there in case, uh, or instead of just assuming it wasn't. And Tamara says, no, it sits at our mama's in the backyard, right? So it's still there. I live a few doors down from your mom and would have lots of conversations with him as he would pedal by. My family is praying for you all. Thank you. I love reading good posts about him. There's not a whole lot of good posts about Devlin. I will say that. I can't believe no one has come out of the woodwork to do an interview or tell us more about Devlin or say, hey, I saw him out and, or I live over there. Nothing like that. I mean, they said it there, but I mean, how long ago was that you'd have conversations with him when he could actually ride that bike down the road? And then you guys talk about how he was teased so bad. Well, yeah, if he's riding that down the road, come on. I remember him riding around the block almost every single day. Now, this guy, Ronnie Davis, um, he's another one that likes to talk a lot of smack online, right? But he doesn't really contribute, much to the conversation. Now he's saying he knows Devlin, right? And he saw him all the time. Yeah, and he was quick sometimes. Other times he'd have to stop to talk to someone. Okay, well, that's all right. Uh, he's yesterday would always stop and talk to me and my kids. I think he meant to say something different, like, yeah, he used to or something. Um, Either way, looks like a typo. And then this is Rob Bertrand, and he must be the Pastor Bertrand, right? Randall is my brother, and we have known Devlin for years and care what happens to him. That's a very ominous post, in my opinion. So, Reverend or Pastor or, whoever you are, if you would like to contact me, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. I would love to discuss more about Devlin, find out who he is, because, his mother, Jessica, really can't tell me much about when he was little, right? She can't very well tell me anything except for in the last year, which is very, very important. I'm not disregarding it. But so can this pastor, I think. If he knew Devlin and he cares, he says, I care what happened to him. If you care about Devlin, I suggest you speaking out, right? Especially at this point in time. Thank you, Chuchi. I think it's important if you care about him as much as you say you do. So, Tamara talks about how her van broke down and that Rob Bertrand helped her, and then she talks about how the car broke down on I-96, right? And she was crying and oh my god, the car, you know. And then she says your brother did so much for Devlin when our daddy couldn't. I miss our daddy. And he never said anything back to her after that because we all know what daddy did. Reminds me of Janie's got a gun. All right. Tamara. This is Tamara again posting May 9th. Devlin's a little guy. Perfect for him. This is a perfect ride for Devlin at that age. Not so much as a grown boy. Way too big for it. He needs a mountain bike, right? Mountain bike. Well, yeah, Victor, but he couldn't drive. He didn't have his driver's license. Devlin didn't. So, alrighty. And then we have these two side by side again. I just wanted to show you the idiocy. All right. Matthew Tait sent me these all as Devlin is a little guy too, in my opinion, right? And he's really adorable, by the way. So I'm not knocking him at all. But these are all pictures from when he was little, and this is when he was getting his belt loop for scouts. Right? And there's Devlin as a little bit older. He's a cutie. Right? And I think maybe this might be, and I don't know, but I guess I'm guessing maybe that's John who was supposed to take Devlin to Burger King. But of course, that's just my opinion, guys. And if I'm wrong, just tell me. And I want to know who that is because I could recognize everybody else in here, right? That's, Sandra, right? And then we have Matt, and then of course we have Devlin. And then this, I believe, is Gordon, and then we have the other brother as well. So, I mean, I kind of can tell who's who a little bit. All right. So we were talking about this the other day. So Adventures with Purpose. And Adventures with Purpose has been in a lot of things. I watched some of the deposition with Ryan Upchurch today. Right. Because he was involved with Kylie Rodney's case and he got sued. So I watched that. Underwater sonar search and rescue, search and recovery dive team. Since December of 2019, we've located 40 missing loved ones underwater in their vehicles. Every mission is offered 100% free to families and law enforcement, made possible by our support through our window breakers purchases, donations, and watching our YouTube documentaries. So, very good, very good. All right. Adventures with Purpose dive team. Who found Kylie Rodney have solved 23 other cold cases. California, the elite dive team who found the body believed to be Kylie Rodney on Sunday in just 35 minutes. You guys remember that? Anybody in the chat remember that? That was amazing. I couldn't believe it. When I knew Adventures with Purpose was on it, I'm like, they're going to find Kylie. And sure as shit, they found her in 35 minutes. Law enforcement searched. Everybody searched. So, yeah, Miss K. Nicole or Casper or Mitten Mama, whatever you want to be called. It happens all the time. Law enforcement also overlooked a laptop that belonged to Kylie that was recovered. So tell me that somebody searched and, oh, you're getting mad because we've already searched that. Too bad. Yeah, you probably told the Tates and then they probably moved them or something. I'm just saying. It happens all the time. People are overlooked. Chuchi, that was such a sad story. She's so beautiful. Guys, Kylie Rodney was a beautiful young lady. Just tragic, 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 tragic. And it is heartbreaking, Joel. I mean, it's just totally heartbreaking. But yeah, she was found in the water in her vehicle in the back seat. So very suspicious, in my opinion, still to this day. All right. So, Adventures with Purpose refers to a group of civilian divers who search underwater for missing people. A well known online personality in a public television series. The diver group, which started as an environmental cleanup and vehicle recovery project, now focuses on solving cold cases and bringing closure to families of missing persons. The group funds its operations through donations, merchandise, and YouTube ad revenue. Excuse me, the public television series Adventures with Purpose is a separate travel and adventure program, right? So, and Jared, the guy that started it, he was actually in trouble for hurting a younger family member of his, in being inappropriate, and hurting them when they were little. So, that always puts the kibosh on that. But Doug Bishop and Josh Cantu also still do these cases. So, all right. The diver group mission to find missing people underwater, cold cases for free, for free. Methodology uses sonar and diving equipment to locate and recover submerged vehicles and other evidence. The funding we went over, history, Jared Lasik. Here he is. This is the one that's a creeper, right? And he was in the picture before. The group's activities and public perception of their work have been subject to discussion, particularly after the founder faced legal issues, right? And that's when Doug Bishop decided to go out on his own. And, so did Josh Cantu. They're like, we're not dealing with this and we don't appreciate it or condone or support what Jared did. All right. So that brings us back to Devlin's cases. Sabrina reached out to these folks. October 22nd, she posts. So after looking them up, I actually reached out to Adventures with a Purpose a couple days ago, and they are unable to help because they look for people that have been lost in vehicles. Well, they're not lost; they're submerged in the water. So this is what she posts, and she says, "Thank you for reaching." She reached out to Adventures with Purpose. She doesn't write what she wrote to them, of course. Why would she? Why would anybody be fully transparent? Right? But we can see what she writes back to them, and that's what I want to focus on. So they tell her, "Thank you for reaching out, Sabrina. While we wish AWP could help all those in need with missing loved ones, our team specializes in using sonar technology to locate and recover vehicles which have become submerged due to an accident or suicide and may contain missing persons inside. Was your family member driving a vehicle that is also unaccounted for all the time, for at the time of the disappearance, right?" And then they give their, stuff at the end here. They asked her a question. And Sabrina, all she says is, "Thank you for at least returning my email and giving your time. I appreciate you for that." She doesn't say, "Well, no, he's not in a vehicle, but could you please still help us? Or could you refer me to somebody who can help?" When people, when there's a will, where there is a will, there is a way. And we're not seeing that with Sabrina. She's like, "Okay, thanks, never mind. I'm good. Thanks. Bye." No, not cutting it. Not cutting it. All right, there's the full post, just so you guys can see that I didn't do any fuckery, because there's been a lot of fuckery in this case. Alrighty. So moving along to the other bits here. Alrighty, let me just make sure. All right, because I do want to we're going to go over Rebecca's case as well, but just bear with me on that. I need to go to shorts, not live. Alrighty. So this one I'm going to put the sound on and I'm going to have you guys watch it. And then I'll comment. as we go. Hold on one second. There we go. Make sure you can. Okay, guys, so I want to stop it right here and show you that Mary has a different colored shirt on. This is Mary Much. She's the one that we've been talking about. I also let her, explain herself, asked her some questions. She was not honest, so I'm not dealing with Mary anymore. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit here. But, so there was also more shirts other than the shirts that we saw that were displayed on the table when it came to Devlin. So, there's more money unaccounted for because we never heard about these shirts being, sold. How many shirts were sold? How many shirts were made? Um, Very strange. Oh, and this is Sabrina's Cash App. That's why there's poop emojis over it because, um, she was getting Cash Apped too. And this person, Mitten Mama Casper, that's same Casper that we're going to be talking about here soon, um, was pushing the Cash App and was there at the bake sale that day.
So before we conclude, we are here with some of Devlin's family. A lot of you have asked if you see him out in public, if he's approachable, so I'm gonna let one of Devlin's families speak right now.
I'm Devlin's sister, Tammy, Samara. He's approachable. He makes friends with people. We just want to know where he's at, if he's okay or not. The law says we can't force him to come home, but we just want to know if he's alright.
She said the law says that we can't force him to come home. The law says that we can't force him to come home. That's a very odd statement. What do you mean you can't force him to come home? Do you know where he is and you've tried to get him to come home but he won't? Jules, I mean, like red flags every time. And two, there's like a brace on her leg, and I'm like, what's with the brace? Like I just don't get it with all these ailments and all these things and all these people. They have like they put 9 million diseases on this kid, and they're putting like 9 million on themselves too. And like, oh my God, we're just in such bad shape. It's so odd. It's a very odd statement, and it's like that's what people do when they think they're doing good. Like she really thinks that she's doing good here. And you're not. You're not doing good. None of the family members are doing good, to be honest.
Absolutely, and we are all here with you, and please.
Okay or not. The law says we can't force him to come home, but we just want to know if he's alright.
Absolutely, and we are all here with you, and please, if you guys see this, yes, you guys keep sharing it out. As you can see, she's wearing Devlin's face. We have signs here. If you are in the local area, please feel free to come out and support this family. T-shirts, you got baked goods, all the things. We are praying for you and your family, dear.
Okay. So, hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. So, that's straight from the horse's mouth. Coffee Crime and Cat says, why aren't these cops coordinating more than one search? You can't tell me no one can get enough people or professional searchers together. Has EquiSearch been contacted? So I do know for a fact that Tamara reached out to EquiSearch, Texas EquiSearch to be exact, and they said that they cannot come out and assist unless law enforcement invites them, you know. Canine Captain Joel says, lady, I'm telling you, I'm willing to help them search, but I feel one bad vibe or one lie. I'm going to the state police with my thoughts. Yeah, I appreciate that so much, Jules. And that's the biggest thing, you know, that's one of the biggest ways that I think you're going to bring so much value among a slew of other things is just, you know, you being able to be there and understand from a whole new perspective. Because even when I went to Tennessee in search of answers for Sebastian Rogers, just being there opened my eyes to so much. It was unbelievable, you know. And even just going into the neighborhood, and there was other places that I felt, you know, perfectly fine and safe, but then there was other places that I went that like I just felt completely unsafe and just like a really sinking, horrible feeling, you know, horrible, horrible gut feeling. Yes, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, absolutely. We need you, Jules. We do. And I was just like, I was over the moon, like I told you in the text. After the live that we did with Jen, I was just over the moon that you said that you were going to help because you just bring so much value. And you know, it's like one thing after another with these people. A family's boy was in one of the lakes, used a device called Aqua Eye to find their son. Oh wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know about Aqua Eye, Indigo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hey Carmela Green, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I know, I've never heard of it, Poppy. I've never heard of that either. Uh, this is me putting out a message to his family. I'm willing to bring my canines to help you, and I will have a convo off the record with you about it, but you better be upfront and honest with me. That's the thing, Jules. That's all I ask. That's all I ask is for them to be honest. You know, could you please tell me more information? Could you please get me this information? Could you, you know, all of this stuff. Um, you know, and up until a certain point, Jessica was giving me all of the information that, you know, she could. And then something shifted. And I believe it was when, you know, I told both her and Tamara that they need to behave in my chat. You guys are not going to go off topic and go after each other. Like that is not helpful. And we saw that in the Sebastian Rogers case and how that just blew everything up and just really muddied the waters and didn't help Sebastian. It brought a lot of trash into the case that we can't even get away from those trash people that have, you know, gotten involved in Sebastian's case. And I just didn't want to do that to Devlin. I would never do that knowingly. I just couldn't live with myself. Coffee Crime and Cat says, what about Michigan State University that may have, or they may have some groups that are, would do an underwater and they have tech. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let me write that down. I'm actually working with Devlin's grandma. Um, and Tina, you guys know Tina. She's come on the panel. Because I can't get Jessica to reach out to these resources, so I enlisted some help of some other people in the family that can help me. Um, so Michigan State University. Great. And I still have the divers, guys. I just can't, or divers, excuse me. I still have the fishermen with sonar, but I don't want to give any details until whatever they are doing is done and over with. Because again, you know, instead of, you know, sharing that flyer out, um, they have Tamara told the police that we were doing searches and then wanted the police to stop us, right? So with her doing that, I mean, why would you ever do something like that? Why wouldn't you just share the flyer? Why wouldn't you just share the flyer? And I have the flyer here. This is the first flyer I made. And we found out that the route is probably more like over here or, up by Bonanza. But this is the one that I asked for Tamara to send, and she kept saying she didn't get it. She's like, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. And then I would go ahead and I sent it to her again, and she's like, why haven't you sent it? Blah, blah, blah. Well, she was telling me that she didn't get the flyer all the while she was going to law enforcement and telling Detective Heshy that I was, trying to get searchers in the water. Why doesn't she want the water searched? And I'm here to tell you this should have happened in the beginning. This should have happened in the beginning. There's no reason for us to be now searching for Devlin like this 7 months later. They should have kept they should keep searching. And I'm not saying that Backwoods Search and Rescue didn't search in the beginning. They did, but the problem is that when I got Chuchi sent me over the United Cajun Navy. I sent it over to Jessica. She did reach out to the United Cajun Navy, and they recommended her to a place called 911 Find or Find 911. And I have the text messages. She sent them to me, right, of the screenshots of her reaching out. And then they sent her paperwork to sign. Well, she signs the paperwork and they just refer her to Backwoods Search and Rescue. And Backwoods Search and Rescue told her that they would need to have a tip come in. So, James from Backwoods Search and Rescue, please contact me, ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Reach out to me. Or are you going to have K. Nicole, aka Casper, speak for you and try to bully me on TikTok? Because that ain't going to fly with me. Because I already know what happened. And that you said that you guys are not going to search for Devlin anymore unless you have a tip. Well, here's my tip. Go watch my 4-hour live stream with Sabrina and listen to her talk about how she didn't say what Mary Much told everybody, which was that at the bake sale, Sabrina looked at her and said, all we would have to do is put Devlin in the middle of the lake. He couldn't swim, or something to that effect. And from Mary Much's own words that I've posted in a video, it's out there. It's been out there. She said that is something that she adamantly remembers and that she will never forget. There's your tip. Why don't you look in the water? Preferably before there's a big snowstorm. I mean, come on. You're telling his mom you can't search because you haven't got a tip? Is she lying or are you lying? Because as my title says, I gave y'all a voice, my ear, my platform to find help, to find Devlin, just to help. And y'all lied to me. Every single last one of yous. You do, Can Jules? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a blessing. I just can't believe it. Jules says, I have my scuba cert. Hot damn. Witchy Mama says, I wonder if the fire department has anyone that needs certification hours in diving. Oh, that's a good idea. Hours for certs at the fire station. Yeah, I'll definitely get on that too. Yeah, Carrie, I can't. I would love to share that with you guys. I would love to be like, hey, you know, this is what's going on. I can't because, they're trying to like tattle. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, you know? Oh my goodness, you've had it for 8 years, Jules? That's amazing. That's amazing. Fantastic. Jules says, unlike search and rescue, I don't need to be activated. That's why I don't join a SAR group. I want to be able to self-deploy Thank God, Jules, because I know like the SAR groups, they get a lot of recognition and they get a lot of, like, but the unsung heroes are the ones that will do stuff like that on their own, in my opinion. And I'm not knocking what the SAR groups do. I'm just saying, that really puts a wrench in things if law enforcement has to invite people in, and then what do we do then? Then we have to rely on our everyday heroes, right? And those are my favorite kind. So you're gonna make me cry over here. My goodness. Is there any way we could contact the PIs in the area? Could we write to them and ask with our begging bowl out if they could donate their time in exchange for all of us advertising them on our channels? That's a really good idea, Women's Warrior. I know there's a bunch of PIs that Chuchi and I have found in Michigan, so we do need to start a campaign on that. Yeah, I think that would be a really, really good thing. I don't. Um, well, Victor, we don't know that he's not alive. We're looking in places where he would be if he wasn't. But I mean, look, Devlin had a real crappy time of it, and he was threatening to leave. He was threatening to go. He said he can't take Tammy anymore. I can't take her anymore. He posted that on his Facebook about 20 days before he went missing. So I mean, he could be somewhere with someone, or someone could have snatched him up and is keeping him somewhere. I can't discount that. It's lower on my list of theories, but I can't, with a good conscience, only look at the Tates or only look at this or only look at that. Um, Wow, I have my Suba skirt, and Canine Ara can do cadaver searches on the water. She doesn't want the water searched. Too bad, we are searching. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Canine Jules. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. They're working against me. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, no wonder nobody was wanting to go out after her, because they're probably getting flack, or, oh, look at them. They're doing this. Law enforcement, look, you have to be invited. Uh, there's some small underwater drones that are like looking through the glass in the dark, murky water. Really? Okay, the drones. Now I know there were drones, and you can see the drones. You could see everything on the maps. And as a matter of fact, just in case one of our friends over there on TikTok is watching, um, I never said that the areas weren't searched. To the contrary, I've shown these maps because, I have a source who sent these to me, and who was kind enough to say, "Here you go, Lady Freedom." Instead of bashing me and calling me a liar and telling me all this crap, they actually gave me some fantastic information. So thank you. You know who you are. If you are listening, thank you. It means the world to me. Because I really do want Devlin to be found. So look at all the areas they searched, but they couldn't have went on with sonar. I believe these are drones. And I've always said thank you to the SAR people who went out and searched and did all this, and to James too, because one of my sources that I talked to is close to James, and this is how I got the maps. Miss Clown Lady over on Tiki Taki. Okay? So let's get your facts straight. Um, well, it's funny, Joe, that you say that, because Lake Odessa is just the village. The one lake is called Tupper Lake, and then there's Tupper Creek, right? And then there's also Jordan Lake, and that's the bigger one of the two. And that's over by where that park called Swifties is. So, I mean, something could have happened over in that area too, because, if he was last seen over by Swifties at 10:30 a.m., that would fit the timeline. The police saying that he left at 8:21 a.m. He was spotted by the bus barn at 8:30, and then he had to have went to Carl's. If he did go to Carl's, he would have done that and then over to the laundromat, so that way he could charge his phone, because the eyewitness said that at 10:30 he was holding a grocery bag at from Carl's over by the park. So he still had a grocery bag, even though I would think he would have eaten his food and thrown away all of his stuff um, at the laundromat, right? Because he bought food at Carl's, so why wouldn't he eat it right away? But maybe he still had food that he was going to eat later on. Maybe he had some snacks or something. But as far as I know, he didn't spend that much money on groceries there. No, we can't discount anything. And he was talking about taking his life too, Jules, which is so sad. It's so sad, but we can see here, and this is how I know where the where the dogs caught the scent is because sorry, Canine Quinn right here. But look at all these spots. They got hot spots too, where they found evidence, right? These circles. These, that's where they found something. So, they looked and they found something and they marked these spots. They absolutely marked these spots for a reason. And Devlin's house is right over here. So it looks like there was a heck of a lot of activity in all of this area, that green, the blue, all of it, the black. Some they flew over, they might have used some drones. They did the outskirts, so I'm guessing this is also dogs, right? Lots of black, lots of activity over through here because this is where Devlin was that morning supposedly. Lots and lots of activity over here, and this is the trailer park, guys, just so we all know. And I mean, it was right after. And again, Miss Casper, I have to say that this is April 22nd, 2025. You can see when they searched. So don't tell me it was 2 months long of a search when it shows exactly what times were on the map here. And I'm going to go by the searchers and what they logged on Sartopo, not what you are saying on TikTok, right? Because TikTok is a thing. TikTok, whoever did something to Devlin. Yeah, from Michigan, Canine Quinn. Yeah, yeah, yes. Canine Quinn from Michigan. Yeah. Thank you, Jules. Thank you. And see, this is why. Oh my gosh, Jules, you're just. Oh my god. I feel like you're giving me an early birthday present. My birthday's in a couple days, and I just feel like you're giving me an early birthday present. Oh my god. So yeah. Um. I think we should follow the money. I just do. So, with that spirit, let's go on to our next one. And I think it's a short too. Um, all right. We don't need our, there we go. All right. So these are messages from some fools on TikTok, right? All right. There's our friend Casper. You guys can see it down here. All right. So Casper's Mitten Mama, right? She's got quite the following, which is great. I mean, that's getting Devlin's story out. So, right off the bat, that's one thing that I want to, preface everything. Thank you, Carrie. I do want to preface that with saying that, oh, sorry, maybe I should switch the screen over so you guys can see it. Okay. So, this here is Casper. This is that account on TikTok, right? And I posted a few videos of Devlin, and then she reached out to me. And this was on Wednesday morning. So, yesterday morning. So, it says, "Hello, if you don't follow my missing persons page, Voices for the Voiceless." Now, guys, in the Sebastian Rogers case, this was a big red flag when I saw this, right? Who does that remind us of? Because I'm getting some strong T-Rev vibes, as if maybe she might bring a whole bunch of hot dogs and want to return them to the store. Okay. Voice for the voiceless. Here we go. Thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, yeah, I'm like blown away. Um, so I think you'll find where I am where I am at in Devlin's case from my most recent video regarding this topic. Well, I really don't even want to go further looking into this coverage because I know this person from what they've posted on Facebook. And what they were posting on Facebook was attacking people for asking questions in Devlin's case. She goes by Nicole K, or excuse me, K Nicole on Facebook, K Nicole. And anytime anybody would, bring a receipt or post anything with receipts or try to say, hey, the timeline's not adding up, this is not adding up, she would she would attack the people, right? So I know her game already, right? So and I just left them on here a little bit longer so you guys can see. She said, if you would like to come on my live this Friday, Mary would like to be there. No, thank you. The skull was not made by Mary, and you just tore it apart. I didn't tear it apart. What I said was it's super creepy. It doesn't belong at a child's vigil. It's very off-putting. It's got red eyes. It looks demonic. I'm sorry. I'm Catholic. I just when I see something like that, I'm like, yo, ooh. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. No, I don't understand why that's appropriate or why anybody would deem it appropriate. It's just not. There's something wrong with it. Unless you were going for a one-eyed Willie, um, you know, I don't know. I just don't know. Uh, it really hurt the feelings of who did. So it hurt whoever's feelings that made the it was in poor taste. Thank you, Coffee Crime and Cats. I'm at a loss for words. I really am. Because like his mom was offended by it too. She's like, what is that? Like she never even saw it, you guys. She had no idea that it was out there. Um Thank you. Thank you, Canine Jules. And yes, Indigo, I will check my email too right after this live stream for it. Because I know I would love to have you up so we can talk about your son's case as well, because I know we talked about that before. Um, and I dig into these cases, guys, and I have a lot of people who work so hard to help me dig on these cases, and thank you to all of you that send me information. Good morning, beautiful KJ Mac. How are ya? I don't know. It is morbid. That's another good word for it, Jules, is morbid. It's like, okay, like what, and I mean, I showed it to other people and they're like, "Oh, they're trying to tell you something." And I'm like, "I know." And I mean, this bake sale was in April. So it's not like it was close to Halloween or anything like that, because I might understand that, you know? It's just a feeling, get over you'll get over it, Chuchi, exactly. Well, and not only that, like, believe me, it gets worse because, she's going on, and I can't reply to this. I don't understand why I couldn't reply, um, but I couldn't reply, and then finally I wrote it in my notes on my phone, and then I attached it because it was letting me send like, I sent her a heart, just to be like, "Yeah, I do wanna talk to you, hold on, but I can't reply." And then I told her that I can't reply, and she's still going off on me in the same spot where I told her I can't reply to you. And I gave her my email, and she still wouldn't, like, reach out, like, it's weird, and then she replied to me a bunch of times. I think I have, like, 4 or 5 messages from her that I haven't looked at yet. It's weird. Email me, please, okay? Because it's weird. So Mary also donated 2,000. Okay, now I've not heard that Mary donated 2,000. Um, yeah, that's I don't know. I've never heard of that. That she donated out of her own money. We were both hurt and heartbroken when the following situation with the taking of the money happened. Okay, so her and Mary were both brokenhearted about Sabrina taking the money. Thank you, Sprinkle Donut. Sorry, guys, I had to take a big drink of my pop here. Sprinkle Donut says a skull denotes death and it's very ominous. I agree. Guys, I was weirded out by even having it like as a screenshot. I was like, oh boy. Oh boy. You know. Um Yes, Chuchi's deep diving into Zachary's case. Yeah. And I know, and tell Cindy she can reach out to me any time at all. Just, just reach out if I can't get back to her. Have her send me a text though, because I never answer numbers that I don't know who they are. Um leakage. Leakage, coffee crime and cats. Leakage. Absolutely. And we all know that term from Chris McDonough. He's one of the criminal profilers. He's one of the guys that does interviews. He's a seasoned detective and a wonderful interviewer. He was the one that interviewed Candace Wells and went into the dungeon during that interview. And Candace is like, "Come on down," and Chris is like, "Oh shit." No, I'm just kidding. That's what I would have said anyway. All right. So they were all upset with Sabrina, rightfully so. But I also think that there was some misinformation, and I'm still trying to get to the bottom of all of that because, as I said before, I have a source that's told me that Sabrina took her income tax check and put 5 grand into it. But here's the thing: if the reward is only 6 grand now, the math ain't mathin'. Right, because there was other people. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. We got our Chris McDonough at the interview room. Um, his wife is lovely. So yes, I understand it's easy to draw conclusions. Okay, so this is where she's like condescending me, and I know that she is, right? Because I can recognize it from a mile away. Oh, I know that it's very hard. No, 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 ma'am. I don't know who you think I am, but you got the wrong one. I understand it's easy to draw conclusions, but I'm surprised you haven't spoken to any of us who actually searched boots on the ground for Devlin. Really? How am I supposed to know that? Am I supposed to have some sort of a sixth sense for people that have searched for other people? I know, Joe. Were you misbehaving? I'm just teasing. But yeah. So, with that, we'll just say, how am I supposed to know? Again, you can reach out to me. My email is ladyfreedomsrawNarratives@gmail.com. No apostrophe. All right. I sure have. Oh, I sure have, right? So she says that she's been boots on the ground. And I didn't want to get involved because I can see we do things differently, but your video was very mean and what you said was untruthful. Okay, what was it that I said that was untruthful? And my video might have been taken as mean by you because maybe you made the skull. I don't know. Did you make the skull and you want me to apologize to you because I told you it looks like a demon with its red eyes and its very creepy look? Or I called it, One-Eyed Willie. It looked like One-Eyed Willie. I'm sorry. I'm a big Goonies fan, right? So she tells me that I was being untruthful and that she does things differently than me. Yeah, I don't get on TikTok and put my face in the camera and make all kinds of crazy faces and, do the song in the background and rap at people. No, I don't do that. I just don't. I'm not about that. That's more like something my daughter might do. So yeah, we don't do the same things. No, I cover missing kids cases, right? Aloha, JH. Happy Thanksgiving. No, because it's not about me, Miss Casper. It's about the kids that I'm searching for, right? The cases that I'm talking about. So no, you're not going to get me on there talking, doing all that kind of crazy TikTok stuff. I make videos about children who are missing. I make videos about people who are missing. I tell the story. But it's very hard to tell the story when no one wants to be truthful with me. You may have not known this, but still tearing down someone's donation just because you thought Mary made it. I just felt compelled to let you know that's not true. Okay, I didn't tear anything down. What I asked, and I didn't even say that Mary didn't give any money. What I said is that I think maybe Mary donated things from her shop of, trash that she puts together, like, her she takes things that are going to be thrown away, like all the watches, right? And she hot glued them to the mirror. Yeah, those are supposed to be in the trash because they don't work anymore, but instead she's hot gluing them to a mirror to make an art project, right? It's called like repurposing instead of throwing it away. I know exactly what she does. I have a Pinterest. All right, so we're just going to have to let it play through a little bit. I've been advocating for all of them, including Jessica. No, you haven't, because actually you've tore Jessica up and you've actually made it seem like she has her son, which she doesn't. Because I'm pretty sure I would have heard him in the background because I've talked to her at many different times throughout the day or night. So I'm pretty sure that she doesn't have him, as Tammy, your friend, likes to say, that Jessica is keeping Devlin, down the street at his mom's house. And then when the police came to search her property 3 times, right, that she hid Devlin all of those times. So no. Hey, Lacey Pear, happy Thanksgiving. She says, I've never seen a reward money be saved for the victim when they return. Is this normal? No, and it bothers me too, Lacey Pear. Like, I've never heard of it either. I've never heard, because she's saying, you're going to, Devlin, it's for Devlin. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't think Devlin is going to get the money if we don't find him. So it's weird, right? Because I don't want to say he's not with us anymore at all. I don't, and I try really hard not to believe that because I don't know. But I mean, it's not looking good since he was someone who would contact people every single day and reach out and let them know they're okay or check up on them or, that sort of thing. So, her doing that and saving it 7 months later and her being so like, I have it in my kung fu grip, but I honestly, I don't want her money. Like, I look at it as dirty money. I really do, especially everything that's happened with it. And I also don't think, like, I really don't think it was ever meant for Devlin. I really don't. I think it was to line their pockets with, because obviously they would have done something with the money, like billboards or something. And that's my opinion. She said that she shared Jessica's GoFundMe in her recent video. I see the family drama and I see where Devlin was failed in many ways. We can agree on that. That is hands down the truth. That's facts, Jack. That's the facts. It's sad, but it is. And I think anybody that that would go back and watch my videos, they wouldn't be worried about Mary much. They would be worried about Devlin. Not how mean I was to whoever made their little crafts or whatever. No, it's not about that. It's about poor Devlin, that he was failed. He was treated like crap. He was made to sleep on the floor. He was made not to be able to use the electricity. He was always in trouble. He was always doing something wrong. You have the family, ganging up on him. It's not right. She says, I am keeping my opinions on the family drama to myself. Okay, good for you. You can keep them to yourself and you can also voice your opinions because guess what? We're in America and we have that freedom. We have that right to voice our opinions. So don't get mad at me because you want to keep your opinions to yourself. I would never do that. That's not what advocacy is. Advocacy is fighting for what you believe in. And if you believe the contrary to me, or you believe something different or whatever, you should be telling your side of the story, especially if you're this close to all of these players. She says, I keep it to myself as I truly do not believe any of them on either side did anything to hurt Devlin. That's just my opinion. Fantastic. You don't believe that they did anything to hurt Devlin. I do. They are my number one suspects. Number one suspects. Because they were the last one with Devlin and they're not being truthful. And because they were saying horrible things to him. And if he did decide to go take his life, there's probably a reason why he decided to do that. Or if he did run away, they're the reason. He wrote it on his Facebook page himself. Do you not care what Devlin had to say, or are you just too worried about hurting other people's feelings? Because I'm not worried about it. Witchy Mama says, to me, repurposing is making something useful out of unused items. For instance, a quilt out of fabric from unworn shirts, a terrarium out of old aquarium, etc. Yeah, that's true, right? Witchy Mama. Yeah. I mean, and I know a lot of people that do like little crafts with the different things, but I mean, like, I mean, Mary was taking like Coke bottles and like hanging them from a wire and like selling them. It's just odd. I mean, I know a lot of people collect Coke stuff, but KJ Mack, exactly. That's not a reward. A reward is designed to find the person. What use is a reward that isn't encouraging people to find him? And I said that to Mary too. I said the same thing. I was like, look, and not only that, $6,000 isn't going to get anybody to do anything. It really isn't. That's why the FBI has a $50,000 reward out for Sebastian, not a $6,000 reward. They're not. It's not. A reward motivates somebody to go look for this person, or it motivates people to talk and roll on each other. That's the only thing that the rewards are put out there for, right? Because they think that there's information out there that people are withholding. And so to entice them, they got money, right? In my opinion, KK Casper is being biased towards Mary Much, and the whole host girls question their homies, right? I have friends who like to know, in my opinion. I know, and I agree with that too. I think they are sticking up for each other. They really are, Chuchi, because why would they be doing this otherwise? She's the one that has a biased opinion, and it's written all over Facebook. She can say whatever she wants in a message to me, but it's doesn't change what she said, you know? Scapegoating. I agree. Blame Devlin, always Devlin. Treat him like crap. Exile him. Shun him. Hey, CA Hawkeye. Good to see you. Aw, the golden child, it's hard being the golden child too. It is. You're put on a pedestal and then yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, CA Hawkeye. No longer no wonder Kelly says no wonder he said he no longer wanted to live. These people treated him horribly, and they did, Kelly. You're right. It's terrible. Aw, that's nice, Victor. Victor says, in my years of public service as forest ranger, I was never offered a reward for doing my job. Well, thank you for serving. And, I'll tell you, Victor, everybody that I've talked to, and I've told them that there's a reward out there for Devlin that are actually going to go out and search or that are searching right now, said they don't want a dime of Mary's money. They don't want a dime of Jessica's money either from the GoFundMe. They don't want nothing. They're doing it out of the kindness of their heart and because they're trained to do that, you know? I think I've watched AB. Yeah. Yeah, Brenda Sue. Yeah, thank you, Brenda Sue. Yeah, I like AB. I've seen a couple things because I know they cover summer. Found art. It's called Joe says, Lady Freedom, it's called found art. You just crack me up. You're always teasing. Joe's always giving me a hard time. I love him. He's so funny. All right. So if you want to join, it would be calm and professional. Oh yeah. Okay. So when I went and saw her TikTok, there's nothing calm or professional about this one. She's out of control. Bright blue hair. And I don't knock anybody who's all tatted up or anything either. But I mean, I'm just I don't know. I guess I was more into piercing. So I mean, that's me. But I've taken them all out since I've been older. But she says if I want to join, which no way. I don't do drama. Okay. But you were all wrong about Mary. No, I wasn't. she's the only one I trust with everything, and she and I have been solely in Devlin's corner, right? Devlin in all caps, but she didn't put the apostrophe for to show possession. Okay. So I tried to reply, right? And I was getting really ticked off because I couldn't reply. And I'm like, what's with TikTok? It won't let me reply, right? So this is what I tried to send back, right? But she didn't get it. It says this message is in violation of our community. I'm like, okay, what did I say? So I'm like, all right, maybe it was because I said freedom of speech or something. And, I didn't know what it was. So then I decided that I would say, it's not letting me send the message here. Didn't let me send that one. What's your email? Didn't let me send that one. I'm like, what am I saying that's wrong? So I'm like, SpongeBob. And then I sent a heart and it let me send it. I was like, oh, okay. And then I tried to send my email again and then it wouldn't let me put it through. So I'm like, well, that's weird. And so then I tried to send her this again. I can't, you know, because I would like to reply to your invite, right? So I'm trying to send it, but I couldn't. None of them went through to her. So then she tells me James will be there hopefully too. He has proof of the grounds where the grounds were searched with sonar and everything. We tore that county and surrounding up looking for Devlin. Okay, well that's great. But things can be overlooked. Things can be overlooked. And that's the whole problem. So it's very, very odd, right? Because she's trying to say, we already did it. We already did it. Well, I know that James searched because that's whose maps I have. I'm pretty sure. Um, that's the best of my knowledge. Um, and she tells me James will hopefully she says James will be there hopefully too. Yeah, I might do a panel with James. Why wouldn't I? But again, I'm not going to do a panel with somebody who doesn't want my opinions because they don't even want to give their own friggin' opinion. So where would our panel be? Because I'm about seeking the truth and telling it as how I see it. So I don't think that it would be a productive panel. And yeah, sure, I would love to have James up, but I could probably get James to come on my panel so then I wouldn't even have to deal with their crap, right? And their feelings and everything. No, I don't need their I'm not dealing with their feelings. I care about Devlin's feelings. He's been out there for 7 months. So I'm like, well, let me reply here. So this is where I took my notes, right? I went to my notes and I wrote her a reply and then I was able to attach it. So this is where she can see that I can't reply back to her on this platform on TikTok. So I said, "Hey Casper, I shared my conversation with Mary, all of it, and I went over it in my live stream. I appreciate you mentioning the GoFundMe for Jessica. I have been working with all of the family members for a while. I am very new to TikTok and felt compelled to post here because of the local influence. And guys, the reason why I did that again was because I was sent those posts from Good Times or Gooder Times, right? And then the one from that DJ person, DJ AJ, and they're saying they had sightings of Devlin. So the first person I messaged was Gooder Times, and they still haven't gotten back to me. But they want to post in another true crime chat that they were the one to see Devlin that morning at 8:30 at the bus barn. And now they won't reply to me, which either they just don't like me because I bashed their bake sale, or they're a lying sack of crap like the rest of them. So here we go. I said, I don't know who you think I am. I'm a YouTube creator that doesn't like how things were handled. That's just my opinion. It hurt me to see that skull in Devlin's, all caps, bake sale. There was also a lot of talk about hiring a PI, and Mary said no. And in the beginning, you guys, both people were posting about this. So let me stop this and let me show you a receipt over here. Here, let me get a new window going. Because I'm going to show you guys this. And this is from May when they were posting about the reward and telling people, we need you to donate. Please donate. Donate for Devlin. We need to find Devlin. Tamra and Sabrina both were posting about a PI and about acquiring PI services in order to find Devlin, and that some of the money would go towards that. But it's funny that Mary Much wants to sit there and say that that never happened and that the reward money was always just supposed to be for a reward to find Devlin. But that's not the case. They were advertising that they were going to go ahead and use some of those funds in order to acquire the PI. And here it is. Here we go. This is it. All righty. So just bear with me here. Here's the post. And this is attention missing person. Please call Ionia, Michigan police if you see Devlin. And this is 4/13 of 25. This is right before Devlin went missing. And he was over at Bob's Barn Jams. And they reposted the video. Right. And right here, boop, boop, boop. Tamra says, I heard back from a private investigator for the missing. They won't take Devlin's case because they said it's still too new. My heart dropped. I'm flooded with emotions, right? So she called this PI. It's a nonprofit organization providing investigative services for missing loved ones. It doesn't put a time stipulation. None of them do. This is from May 15th. For those that would like to donate to hiring a private investigator or hiring the reward for information, there's a share account. And this is Sabrina's post on May 15th. Okay. This is Tammy's post on May 14th. So don't you dare try to make some shit up now, because it ain't going to fly. Because people be sending me stuff, whether you think that I see it or you don't. I see it. And I'm going to call it out and use my voice for Devlin, who is voiceless at this point. All right. There was also talk about hiring a PI, and Mary said no. I didn't press her. I left her be about it. We live in America, and I have the right to my freedoms of speech just like you. I also wish to respectfully decline coming on your podcast with Mary Much. She has not been straight with me, so I don't have time to deal with her. I need to find Devlin. As I told Tam, I am working hard to find him, and that's not going to change. I would love to talk to you, though. Here's my email. It won't let me reply here. Right? So any normal person who really wanted to talk to me or really, really wanted me to come on their podcast, Lacey Pear, boom. Hey, Faye, good to see you, my friend. Happy Thanksgiving, darling. Yeah. Do they realize they can face charges for misrepresenting the raising of funds? I don't think that they really realize that, Lacey Pear. I really don't. I don't think that they get it, either that or they do, and that's why they're being so defensive. They're just being absolutely so defensive over it because they don't want anybody to find out that they are misappropriating the funds. They don't want anybody to find out how much was really raised, because I'm here to tell you they raised a lot more money than they're letting on. And so this is the proof that I sent it over to her, right? Time-stamped and everything. And so then she comes back at me. She says, ma'am, are you not going to apologize to the lady who made the skull? I mean, oh shit. All right, so which was not Mary. Okay, fine. Mary didn't make the skull. Does everybody understand that? Gosh, Lady Freedom's a big fat liar. Because Mary did not make that skull. Who cares? I don't care who made the skull. It's hideous. It has no business being at this child's bake sale. You may have your opinions, but you stated Mary made it. Again, you guys, I can't believe after all that I just said to this woman that she's hung up on the skull still, right? And that I won't publicly apologize about the skull, and I'm not going to. So, Miss K, you could wish in one hand and shit in another and see which one fills up faster. Because I'm not apologizing for the skull. It's hideous. You stated search teams should have been out when they were. Uh, no, I didn't. I said that you guys should have kept searching for Devlin. Jules, I can't in good like faith and honesty. I was always taught if you apologize, you mean it and then you don't do it again. There's a problem with that second one. I'm gonna leave the video. I'm gonna leave it all up. I mean, it pertains to the case. If it hurts somebody's feelings, there's nothing I can do. Um, I think I think I think maybe Panda Bear's mom made the skull, and she's the one that was trying to sell Devlin's keychains and make a profit off of him going missing. And she also spread all kinds of misinformation in the beginning on my panel and all of that. No, it's like I am not dealing with these people ever again. I gave them so much of my time, Carrie, it's not even funny. And I even tried to get her ready for my panel so, everything went smoothly and oh, it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare with them spreading misinformation about Devlin, just their own theories, blaming Tia Randall's family, blaming a victim's family, victims and a victim's family, right? So she told me that I took no accountability and she put a little sad face there. She said, "You took no accountability again. I love you working Devlin." Excuse me, working for Devlin. Well, great. I love you for working for Devlin too. Good job. We can both have differing opinions and no, I don't want to come on your podcast. She says you spread false info and will address everything in our message, but that I think I've seen enough. I do hope you have a good day. Okay, perfect. But she doesn't stop there. Like she doesn't just say have a good day, anything like that. You're welcome, Brenda Sue. Thank you for being here. Hey, NorCal SoGal, happy Thanksgiving. But she never she's gonna PS me, right? She got more to say. Please don't forget to mention the SAR team. I've mentioned them several times and I've showed the map several times. I mean, I did. I mentioned it so many times. It's like crazy. Yeah, why are they listen I don't understand either, Carrie. They like to be here listening, and then they say that I never said half the stuff that I said every single day almost. But what I said was is this that they're not going to go back out and search, referring to backwoods search and rescue until they have another tip. It's so irritating, Jules, and I'm telling you, this is why, I haven't done as many live streams for the month, like, even YouTube's like, "Hey, you're behind," and it's like, yeah, because I'm gathering information, and every time I turn around, there's something new to add, and that something doesn't add up, so I gotta go double check it here, or I gotta go ask this person again, or, "Hey, if you have all these receipts, why don't you send them to me?" You know? I'd be happy to look at them, you know? What is it? What's happening, Hawkeye? You can send me an email, Hawkeye. I just have to get through these, and I have a lot of these I have to read off. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to make you feel unheard. I really didn't. Okay, so she says she likes me working for Devlin, and that I need to be talking about the searchers. And she said those of us who were boots on the ground for 2 months. Why did you stop at 2 months? You haven't found him yet. If you were so gung ho about finding Devlin, then you would still be looking. It's crazy. I know. I don't know what kind of tip. And so I told his mom, I'm like, tell them to go listen to that 4 hour live with Sabrina. And I said, if I even have to go cut it and it, give them just that timestamp or, cut it out and send that little piece over to them, then I'd be happy to do that. You know? So NorCal, SoCal, that's perfect. She says, you don't have to be a seamstress to see the pattern here. No, not at all. I mean, it's bad. It's so bad. Thank you, Chuchi. Yes, just send me an email, hon. We can talk. Most definitely. Okay, so now she tells me, I didn't hear you mention one time, which is odd because I know James had contact with Jessica. Yeah, me and Jessica talked about, and if you would listen to my podcast where Jessica came on and spoke, she herself said that she spoke with James from Backwoods Search and Rescue, and James from Backwoods Search and Rescue told her that Devlin is no longer with us, that he doesn't think Devlin is no longer with us. Okay? That's what he told the mother of a missing boy. And then he halted his searches, to the best of my knowledge, and won't search again without a tip. Right? So what am I supposed to say about James? And further than that, we've done talked about James. I'm not going to talk about him every night in the live. If he doesn't want to help me, I'm going to move on to somebody who will. If he's not going to help the mother of a missing child, then I'm going to move on to somebody who will. So that's it. There's no more to say about James. I appreciate James's, in the Backwoods Search and Rescue looking for Devlin. Absolutely. But there's nothing more to say about it. I will give Mary a voice to show receipts. Well, good. I already gave Mary a voice. I posted every single thing that Mary said to me. Everybody in my audience that listens about Devlin's case knows what Mary has to say. And if you guys don't, I have a whole video on Mary and what she had to say. So, and I'm glad that, that they're doing a live stream on Devlin, but I don't want to be involved in it. I don't deal with liars. So she says, please understand, I only approached you because you lied, ma'am, even if you didn't know it. Okay, so you wanted to pull me up on your live so that you could tear me up and dogpile me with Mary. And that's never going to happen. Never in a million years. Right? So you could just keep on having your one-sided conversation with me on TikTok. I can't reply back to you. It won't allow me to. And, I'll just keep on posting your crazy shit that you're sending me. All right. So she goes, again, my platform is open because I think you don't want to be known for attacking random old ladies. I don't like to attack random old ladies. The problem with the old lady is that she's doing dirt. So if she's healthy enough and has enough vigor in her to be, doing dirt on wherever she's at on Facebook or the YouTube streets, she looked like she was perfectly healthy to me when she was taking people's money at the bake sale. Then yeah, I'm gonna call her out on her bullshit. Just because you're 100 years old doesn't mean that you can be allowed to do dirt. You're still held by God's standards, no matter how old you get, right? And when people lie, that's wrong. And I'm going to call it out every single time. And if you don't like it, that's too bad. It's just too bad for you. So, who donated something? First, I thought she said she donated thousands of dollars. Now she just donated something. Okay. I mean, you don't talk about how she donated her time for the bake sale or any of her items from her little Mary's Magical Treasures or whatever she calls it. Because she did. They were all over the place. I could see them. It was that, the trash, Okay, so oh, sorry. Okay. I tried to help you. Try to help me. Try to help me. Why don't you focus on helping Devlin? I don't need your help. Devlin does. She says, but I see what I was told was correct. Okay, perfect. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you think of me. Go help Devlin. He needs it. I don't. Please reconsider. Valid information is important. Please reconsider with a heart. Valid information is important to investigations. Well, I'm not an investigator. I'm not a detective. I'm a YouTuber who calls out lies inconsistencies, bullshit. I'm not an investigator. Not an investigator. I am not law enforcement. So, again, Miss Casper the clown, advocating would be getting search teams involved in your area. You have done nothing but cause drama on Facebook. Oh, and fancy seeing you on TikTok. I told you I couldn't reply, yet you continue to write me and never emailed me. I'm not down to have one-sided conversations. Why are you? I mean, who does that? Oh, and also zero fucks given about the feelings of anyone other than Devlin, especially when all you fools did was try and make money off his disappearance. And that's me and my thinking cap, by the way, for those of you who are new here or haven't followed me. Lahu Zahur. Here is anyone claiming here's someone claiming to be an eyewitness. Okay, here we go, guys. This is another clown on TikTok because you can't find their account and you can't reply back to them. So this person says he was at Carl's supermarket dumpster diving. So now all of a sudden he was at Carl's dumpster diving, not at the Family Dollar, and purchasing snack items. This is a fact. We've seen this. We also seen the footage from trailing dog also trailed him from LPS to his house. This doesn't mean the canine didn't follow his path from home to Carl's or vice versa. Lots of misinformation in this case and lots of twisted facts. I don't get involved in drama with the cases, but this one has involved my team directly and made professionals all seem to be hiding something. Okay, when did I say the professionals were hiding something? What professionals are you referring to? I mean, I get the skull, and I like skulls, Lacey Pear. I do. I don't have any problem with skulls. I mean, that's all well and good. His pictures are so young, and even one of the sources close to me that I've talked to told me that he's like, you have a lot of old pictures of Devlin that are on your page, and I said those are the ones the family sent me, and those are the ones that came off the news that the family gave to the news, you know. So I don't get involved in the drama with cases, but this one is involved my team directly. So who are you though? Right? Because again, I can't even reply back to this message, but you felt compelled to write me this and, saying that you're boots on the ground, you're a professional, you're this, you saw Devlin, da 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 da. Okay. None of us knew Devlin until we came to help. All right, I never said that you did. When did I say that? That's what's so weird. It's so bizarre because not even any of my videos that I posted on TikTok allege that, right? So they didn't know him before they came to locate him and put in over 50 hours of search time, land, water, air, not including other teams' time. Searched areas we normally wouldn't consider in everyday cases. The slander of canine teams. The slander of canine teams? When have I talked anything about canine teams, guys? I mentioned Canine Quinn was the one that caught Devlin's scent. I've never said anything bad about anyone for canine or SAR teams. Has been insane. Well, maybe it's been insane where you're at. Maybe it's been insane on TikTok, but I've never said anything like that. Right? You got a couple people who inserted themselves in this case. Yeah, I know. Mary Much, let's see, this K Nicole, and also Laura Cobb, aka Panda Bear's mom. Yeah, absolutely. They have. That seem to be attention seeking and playing on the drama. Be careful who you are getting your information from on your podcast. They are not as involved as you may think they are. Who and what and where and how and huh? Say what? I don't get it. So I said, who is we and who are you? I am seeking out the facts as well. Who seen Devlin in the dumpster? Tamra host said he was dumpster diving for cans to turn in at Carl's. And again, it says this user is unable to receive your message due to their user privacy settings. So, please, if you're this person, please reach out to me on my email so we can discuss this. And no, I have never said anything bad about the SAR teams or canines or anyone. I never would. It's not their fault that Devlin's missing, right? Honk honk, you bunch of ass clowns. Honk honk. Whew. Alrighty. And there's more. Oh yeah, there's more. Okay, so moving along to this. We need less talking and more searching. Oh, sorry, this is the one we started out with. Okay, goody. We're good, I think, except for I want to play this next one. Now, this is a change of pace, right, guys? But you know, this Casper person, aka Nicole KK Nicole, she told me that they've already searched these areas and that nobody needs to go back and search them, or we don't have to worry about searching them because they already did. Well, here's a story of Rebecca Parks, missing from Michigan. She was found in an area they had already searched. So I don't know if they, decided to, I don't know if they decided to just move her, or she was overlooked, but it happens all the time. Oh my gosh, did you guys see this with Morgan Geyser? My lord. All right. Either way, let's play this. Okay, so this is the first post. So developing, Rebecca Park's body has been found behind her bio mom's house in Boone. And that was incorrect. She was actually found in a national park. Now the park was very near her mom's house. But it wasn't in her backyard like this person is saying. But I do appreciate this anonymous Lulu post. Thank you, Lulu. Baby boy is said to be missing from her womb. Police scanners / witnesses, but officially unconfirmed, right? So it looks like they were listening in on the scanner, heard this come through, and, made this update. This woman went out in a very gruesome, most painful way from scene details. The coverage is current as state police are actively on the scene. Please watch for more updates and guidance from local news and press conferences, as there's still questions regarding her missing infant son. All right, so thank you so much. And one of our Dragon Tribe sent this to me. So again, thank you to you as well. This is where we're looking at, right? In Michigan, it's over here. So it's very close to the area where Devlin went missing from. And here's the area, Cadillac, and Boone is right here. Boone is the pin drop. Okay, so Manistee National Forest is where they found her. And then this is the scene. We all know the tent. When the tent comes out, look at where she was, guys, right by the road. Right by the road. Thank you, Indigo. Thank you.
We came out, we went down, we drove down as far as we thought, we got out, we looked around, and this white truck came up to us again. An older gentleman and a 20-year-old, some young boy came up and said that they needed help and wanted to show me a video. And we just had them take us to whatever the video that they wanted to show us. And the son, or the young boy, or the 20-year-old, did not want the dad to go up, and asked if I could go up and see if it was a mask or if it was really somebody, and it was Rebecca.
And you knew at that moment that it was Rebecca?
Yes.
All right, guys. Justice for Rebecca, forever 22. So she's only 22 years old. All right, guys. So we have Rebecca Park found latest on the search for 22-year-old Michigan mother. And this was updated November 26, 2025 at 4:35 a.m. Pregnant Michigan woman Rebecca Parks's body has been found by a search party. Her father confirmed she went missing on November 3rd. Right, so she was found about 23 days later amid the search for Rebecca K. Park, a missing 22-year-old pregnant woman from Wexford County in Michigan. Her father confirmed that she was found by a search party, and the woman that was just in the video, she was part of the search party. And as she said, someone came up and notified her of where to look for Rebecca, and there she was. Rebecca Park, a missing 22-year-old pregnant woman from Michigan, has been missing since November 3rd, Wexford County Sheriff on X. Okay, local radio station Z93 first reported that Parks's body has been found. It was followed by another report by 9 and 10 News, which said Parks's father has confirmed in a statement that she has been found 21 days after going missing. Later, her father confirmed to the local CBS affiliate that her body has been found. Volunteer search parties were organized to look for Park, and she was found during a search on Tuesday. Organized search parties is the reason why this young woman has been found, Casper. Not the police. Organized search parties of good Samaritans and everyday heroes. Everyday heroes are my favorite. But as of now, law enforcement in Wexford County, Michigan has not issued an official update on 22-year-old missing since November 4th. Well, they said it was November 3rd. Meh. As of now, the police have not made any arrests in the case as the search continues for 22-year-old. Earlier, it was reported that Rebecca Parks' mother and brother were made to take a polygraph test as part of the investigation. Now, with this being said, guys, I just want to throw it out there that at this point there has been arrests made, and it was the father of Rebecca's baby as well as her sister. So just so you know, this is the first of, a part two that we're going to watch. And the polygraph, to the best of my knowledge, at this point, the polygraph has not been released. They did take one, but they haven't released the results. Park, who was from a Cadillac area of Wexford County, went missing and was last seen around 11:30 p.m. local time on November 3rd in a Cadillac Boone Township area, the Wexford County Sheriff's Office had said in a bulletin. Park was 38 weeks pregnant and was 2 weeks short of delivery. Ugh. Aurora police had seen that Aurora police had said that Park was last spotted getting into a Cadillac. The identity of the person she was last seen with remains a mystery. This story is being updated as more details emerge. In a Tuesday night press conference, the Wexford County Sheriff's Office and Michigan State Police confirmed a body was found in the Manistee National Forest in Boone Township. And this is one of the ladies that helped find Rebecca. So again, this is an ordinary hero, guys. Give it up for this lady. I don't know what her name is. We can call her Yellow Jacket Lady or whatever, but she deserves the utmost respect and love for going out there and searching for Rebecca and being one of those special people that can do that, because I cannot. I would not be able to do this. Investigators say that the body resembles Rebecca Park, but cannot confirm that is her until an autopsy is completed. And they're still working the autopsy, guys. They said the case is still under investigation and will release more information as they investigate. Deputies said Park was last seen getting into a dark-colored vehicle outside a relative's home on South 21 Half Road in Boone Township on November 3rd. Park, who was approximately 39 weeks pregnant, has not been seen or heard from since November 3rd. Her cell phone was found discarded. Guys, her cell phone was found discarded along a nearby two-track road, according to her family. So they located her phone. Parks's mother, Courtney Bartholomew, was the last person to see her alive. And guys, someone sent me over Courtney Parks's she went on a podcast. So hopefully we'll be able to review that and see what her mother has to say. Because she was on a podcast today. Parks's mother, Courtney Bartholomew, was the last person to see her alive. Deputies reported that Park had arranged to be picked up, but did not disclose to witnesses who would be picking her up. On the day she disappeared, investigators said Park received about $2,000 from a family inheritance, which authorities suggest could help her avoid electronic tracking. Despite this, friends said she had no plans to leave. And there is beautiful Rebecca. And again, guys, this is the area Boone, and she was found near Cadillac in Manistee National Forest. Okay, I think that's it. And I just put, follow me and all that goodness. All right, so let's go back over to our other video. Oh, sorry, I probably could have left that one up there. Let me do this. Just bear with me here.
Also making headlines tonight, the bizarre disappearance of a pregnant Michigan woman taking another gruesome turn. Her body turns up in northern Michigan, but the status of her baby is unknown. Where is this baby? Everyone's wondering.
Yeah, Rube, it's just an incredibly sad story at every turn. And who we're talking about is 22-year-old Rebecca Park. Her family says that she went missing about 3 weeks ago, and her body was found in a forest in northern Michigan in the Cadillac area last night. But the really tragic, even more tragic part of all of this is the location and condition of her baby is unknown at this time, and police are being incredibly quiet.
The young lady that was found resembles Rebecca Parks, a young lady that went missing on November 4th, and we are currently actively investigating that. It's a tragic time in our county, and hopefully this brings some closure to this awful incident.
So as we said, Rebecca's family confirms her body was found in the Manistee National Forest by searchers last night, not far from where she was last seen by her mother 21 days ago, 21 days earlier near Cadillac. That's up north, of course. Oddly, it's an area that had been searched before, but she was not there. Now in court a day later, her baby's father.
All right, guys, I'm going to rewind that just a little bit so that way when it plays back. But that just makes me wonder, if she was found in an area that was already searched, did they know that the area was searched already and then dump Rebecca's body there because it had already been searched? Now, let's think about this in terms of Devlin's case. Could Tamara or Sabrina or Will or any of the people who may be involved or a random person know where these places were searched and move Devlin to those locations so people wouldn't search it again? Get what I'm saying? It just, you can't put it past people. And when you're telling people who may have hurt Devlin where you've already searched, that's probably not a good idea at all, because then they can put him where you've already searched, and then you're being aggressive with people saying, "We already searched that. We already searched that." Well, look, here's Rebecca found in a place that had already been searched.
Or a day later, her baby's father, Richard Failer, and Rebecca's younger sister, Kimberly Park, they're facing charges unrelated to all of this. He's facing drug charges, and she's facing charges for tampering with evidence and lying to police.
Whoa, tampering with evidence and lying to police. Joe, I think you got it. You know? And this is her boyfriend. This is the baby's father, you guys. What is this old man doing with that young, beautiful 22-year-old girl? What is she seeing this scrub-a-dub-dub?
None of them charged with homicide, no one at this point, and that is likely to do with the fact that an autopsy hasn't been done. So we will continue to monitor that charging situation. I do understand that the victim's mother, she also had a polygraph test last night. Unclear the results of that polygraph. Now coming up on
Well, guys, I'll just say that if she's on a podcast talking, then maybe her polygraph came out clean.
The Edge at 11 will take you inside the courtroom up in northern Michigan.
Yeah, I assume that during the autopsy, they'll learn more about whether perhaps the baby was delivered or whether the baby wasn't.
Well, if she wasn't due for 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it's saying, because one post said 38 weeks, the other one said 39 weeks, if this poor baby, NorCal, SoCal, that's right. If this poor girl wasn't due to have her baby, I mean, she could have went into labor early, and then, you know, they could have taken the baby, or they could have, killed the mother and taken the baby. I mean, it just depends. Um, yeah, it just really depends. And we'll find out more with the autopsy.
That's absolutely right. And there's some pretty horrific speculation going on social media right now. Obviously, this case has caught a lot of eyes around the country. So I would caution, as you go and Google search this case, proceed with caution.
Yeah, just
Okay, guys. And here's the thing about it. We have to proceed with caution, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, the local news outlets. We know from Sebastian Rogers' case that America's Most Wanted had Sebastian Rogers' case on there, and they didn't play the entirety of the lights video. So it literally looks like Sebastian left his house by himself, and poof, there he goes. Oh, he met somebody in the car. He met someone with the other flashlight. So I don't trust mainstream media either, but I do try to get my information from reliable sources. So I have to kind of go to the news as well, because it's more reliable than hearsay. Well, they may have, Joe. Yeah, the guys that last seen with Devlin were recruited by the Tates to disappear him, and that could be, you know. And that's true. For fetus removal, it's unlikely to deliver a live birth if mom is deceased, but possible if timing is urgent. So this is very concerning. I agree. I agree. Adam Forever 21. It's so odd, right? Like, because they could have, but it would have had to be quick. And we do know, from the Bassard case, that someone can in fact take a baby from a mother's womb and take the baby. So I'm just praying and hoping, that the baby's found safe, right? Yeah, he's a real catch, right, Loma Sharon? I mean, much older. And then that brings me back to Carrie Joe's comment, that, I mean, it seems that, he's quite older than her, and maybe that was the mom's boyfriend, you know? KJ Max says areas searched once always need to be searched again. Thank you. Criminals are known to move evidence their crimes around. They don't want to get caught after all. Right, KJ Mac, thank you. And that's it. And we know that in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, right? Like, Stacy Wanderer went to tell where they had Monkey in the backyard, and they quick moved him, and then law enforcement still hasn't found Michael. He's still out there. His mother is begging for answers. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad. And they do that all the time. So, yeah, the cadaver dogs could sniff out that Monkey was there, but he was moved. Oh, okay, CA Hawkeye says, "Personally, I'm a butcher and we have a lot of mine shafts." That's interesting. I wish women would make better choices in partners too, coffee, crime, and cats, and I've done that myself, you know? Um, I mean, hell, I just and that goes for men too, I mean, I'll say I just watched, like, a short, video today, and there was this lady that was telling men that she was pregnant with their baby, but she was like, "Oh, I'm pregnant with twins," and, like, then the babies never came and all of that. So, I mean, like, it's just crazy how people are so, insane, and they act like they're normal at first because, yeah, they wanna get you, right where they want you, and thank God no babies are brought into that mess because she did it to 3 different guys. But I hear you. I hear you because especially when most of the time the women have the kids and, you're having this doucher around your kid, and the same thing goes for a man, you know? Um, they may have tried to save the fetus to avoid double murder, and it may have passed very delicate situation. I hope we get answers and justice for those precious lives. Amen. Adam Forever 21. Thank you. Very well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. There might be a viable a baby in a hospital for sure. I hope she felt, uh, she I hope she felt she had a choice, Coffee. Too many women don't realize we only know what we are born into, and that's it, KJ, and that's the thing. You know, again, well said. Sometimes women, and well, people in general, they accept the love they think they deserve, right? If they think that it's normal for an old man to be attracted to a young lady like that, they don't know any better, right? They just don't. And if they don't have any money and they're poor and that guy has a little bit of money, then that's the golden ticket for them, right? They have the blinders on then. They don't see them for what they are. And Carrie says maybe they waited until she went into labor and said they were bringing her to the hospital. Yeah, and that's a very strong possibility because even, my due date was on the 27th and then my daughter was born on the 11th and I mean I was induced and everything, but yeah, 2 weeks is not, like unheard of. Due dates are given. Yes. Thank you, Witchy Mama. Yes, due dates are give or take 2 weeks. So she would be considered full term. I agree there. Yeah, because it's not an exact science. It's just based on the last menstrual. I'm wondering if maybe she did give birth in the woods and like the original post said it wasn't far off really like from her mom's house. It wasn't in her backyard, but it was, near her home. Whew, I know. Yeah, I have some horrible speculation about this. I know, Cece, it's hard not to speculate, and it's not a good thing. Aw, thank you, Sprinkle Donut. Say his name loud and say it often. Devlin Tait, hashtag find Devlin. Yes, guys, and I have started hashtags for Devlin on YouTube because there was none that I could, link up to. Because usually, if you put the hashtag in, it'll highlight it. So the more of us that hashtag Devlin Tait, the more of us that hashtag find Devlin Tait. Let's get the hashtags going. That's one thing that I've been really trying to work on because sometimes I'll post the video really fast and I won't put the hashtag. But we really need to get a hashtag because there's hashtags for Devlin on TikTok. There certainly is. Yep, because you can choose, once I put in find Devlin and it'll drop down the box and I could click on Tait, find Devlin Tait, so yeah, absolutely. Pretty please. I know, Faye, what is going on? What is happening, right? Yeah. KJ Maxx says perhaps they were holding her and something went wrong, so they tried to rescue the baby without any medical knowledge. I didn't look like medical school material. Or yeah, he didn't look like medical school material. No. No, and as a matter of fact, if they were on drugs, they were, twacked out of their brain too. Whenever you're on drugs like that, you're not thinking properly at all. I'm so sorry, Victor. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being here. I remember a case where a crazy lady kidnapped a pregnant mom and cut her baby out. Yes, that was Bassard. Yes, yes, that was the Bassard case, NorCal SoGal. Well, it could have been another, there could be more out there, but I think that's the one. Um, if mother is deceased, you have 2 minutes to get it out. Thank you, CC. Yeah, because think about it, guys. All of the baby being alive is because the mother is alive, right? All of everything that the mother is doing, the baby is doing or getting, any nutrients, anything like that. So, absolutely. No age shaming. Hashtag no age shaming, Joe. Coffee says, KJ, I know, unfortunately, too many of us don't understand we are worth more than those losers. Exactly. Exactly. And DV is real. It is. And it does. It's like a mind FUCK. And also, there's narcissistic abuse, guys, or emotional abuse. There's psychological abuse. There's so many different types. It's not always something that people can see. Words scar and you can't see those. So and I never like to say one is worse than the other. It's all bad. Carrie Jackson says, I heard there was a newborn boy turned into a fire station in Tennessee around that time. Oh, really? Haven't heard anything more on it though. Ooh, that's scary. That's a scary thought. Because they could have done that then, they could have just brought him to a fire station and they don't ask any questions when they do that. That's part of it, right? Wow, that's a good observation. Thanks, Carrie. KJ Maxx says, right, CC, and I bet that specimen of a man didn't know that. They can probably tell by the state of the body if they took the baby soon enough by looking at the tissue. Yeah, I think so too. They'll be able to tell everything. That's the thing. Now that they've found Rebecca, she's gonna tell what happened to her. Also, when we think about if they moved her, there's also going to be evidence of that because if she was in fact in that spot the whole time, there would be evidence based on the bugs and the different insects, if you will, that are present on the body at that time. So and also decomp. Yes, love bombing. That's right. They do. They love bomb and then they give us hell. They will know if the baby was removed while she was alive or not due to clotting and other factors. Yes, they may or may not be that may or may not be present. Exactly. Exactly, KJ Mac. Also, when we think about lividity is a big one as well. Where did all of the blood pool when she passed? That's going to be a very big indication. Whether it all pooled to her back, whether it was pooling to the front of her, to the side of her body, either side, all of that will come into play. And believe me, those coroners are going to look for that, the medical examiners when they do the autopsy. It's hard when the abusers are putting best foot forward and you don't see the red flags till later. Exactly. I think there should be a DV child abuse registry, like a SA registry for society safety. Boom, witchy mama. I have always thought that was a very good idea. Um, absolutely, because here's the thing. An abuser doesn't change their stripes either like that, right? Abuse is abuse is abuse. And, even though we might think that it's our fault, if you look at an abuser, they go to the next person and they do the same exact thing that they did to the first victim. They don't change. It's not like they magically go to the next relationship and it's just all great, because it's not the victim's fault. The abuser isn't going to change. They just move on to the next victim. Thank you so much, Witchy Mama. I agree. We need that registry. Yeah, you put hands on someone, you've been, you've been hauled away, convicted. Yeah. The one bad thing though, Witchy Mama, I have to say, admittedly, um, I never pressed charges on my ex-husband, not even when the state did. And I regret that. I regret that. I've seen wolves, bears, mountain lions. My deadliest encounter was with humans. Amen, Victor. Boom, Victor. I say that all the time. I'm not afraid of the monsters in the movies, right? It's humans. I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm afraid of people that are walking this planet. They're what the monsters are made of. Yeah, absolutely, Victor. Well said. It's not like these guys say, "Yeah, I hit my ex-wife." Yes, exactly. They say she lied for divorce court. Exactly. Or they blame her. Absolutely. Yeah. Or they'll just lie their pants off. They will. They'll say, "Oh, it was her fault. She did this, she did that, she cheated, she did all this," and then come to find out that's not the truth. She left you because you wouldn't stop putting hands on her. Thank you, Bub, for getting back on topic. I wasn't mean. I was distracting you from the haters. No worries. No worries, CA. I'm glad you're here. In all this tragedy, Faye says, at least they found her fast. That's right. This will keep the medical examiner to find out exactly what happened to Rebecca. I agree, Faye, and it's because people were looking for her. You know, it didn't take them long to find her because they were looking for her. And this was not law enforcement, guys. This was boots on the ground, local, volunteer, everyday heroes, beautiful people that can go do this. Not everybody can do it. Witchy Mama said, "Would you go walking in the woods at night that pregnant?" No. Mm-mm. No, not likely. No, exactly. I've lived in the woods. Yeah, no. It's like you can't see. There's picker bushes. There's all kinds of stuff. Up in Michigan, it's pretty flat. But still, it's ugh. It may be distractions, but she has to go over it. Yeah, yeah, I do, Chuchi, I do. I have to go over all of it. I do. I have to. And even some of the stuff I don't even want to talk about really, because I think I gave Mary Much enough, airtime. I've given Panda Bear's mom more than enough airtime. All of them, that's all they wanted was recognition, make money off of Devlin. So, I hate to even bring it up again, but here I am, you know, receiving weird comments. And like I said, I don't know if this lady's going to go on her show and be like, "Oh, I told Lady Freedom she can come up here." No, thank you. I know what a dog pile is. I've seen them plenty of times and I would never do that. I hope they do too, Indigo. Isn't it so sad? The poor baby. Such a poor baby. Thanks, Hawkeye. I appreciate you. Just by the looks of her boyfriend, I would guess drugs were involved, and she had just received $2,000 inheritance. Well, yeah, and just like Faye said, did they find that 2 grand? Or was she carrying it on her person, or did she have it on a bank card where they could have accessed it and grabbed it out, or any of that? And what's so sick is $2,000 is nothing. But to somebody who's on drugs, it's like, oh, let's have a $2,000 crack party, like, ugh. Not trying to be rude, but we do have to call out the fuckery. We do, Chuchi. It's a lot. It's a lot too. And it's strong in this case. It's so strong. And then, like I said, what kind of professional messages somebody where you can't message them back? But yet they're claiming to be a professional. They're claiming to be advocates. They're not. They're keyboard warriors who lie about who they really are. This is not age shaming channel. We are craft shamers here. KJ Mac. I know, and you know what's funny is I should have posted a picture of my demographic because I have all older people over here. I thought maybe I'd get some young people off of TikTok to come over with us, but it's all older people, like it's all my age and above, like or 40s, early 40s to all the way on up is our audience here. That's our demographic. So, no. And to be honest with you guys, I live around all kinds of old people in the trailer park, especially because it's snowbird time. So like at this resort, there's like all the old people. Like they party their butts off and they have a great time and they're all sweet and they're all happy because they're, on vacation and they're adorable. They hold hands and walk around at the park and, I mean, yeah, I love old people and I'll be honest, I would rather talk to people who are older than me so I can get their wisdom, to shine down on me and to make me understand more. They've been on the planet longer than I have. And so I've always found value in older people. I really do. Hard to explain. Walked down into a canyon. A man showed up on the trail, Reader's Digest version. He followed me in the bush below the trail. Very scary. Oh, that is really scary, Victor. Holy cow. Heidi Brassard, thank you, had already had her baby. She was killed. Oh my gosh, I'll never forget that one. Sprinkle Donut, thank you. They would know if her cervix was dilated. Good point, Witchy Mama. Good point. Yeah, because that means that her body was preparing to deliver. That's exactly right. Oh no. Oh, hun. I'm so sorry to hear that, Hawkeye. My goodness. Sending prayers and love your way. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, that's super scary. You were off duty and just going fishing. My goodness. Aw, thank you, little miss. Never be hard on yourself for that. You weren't in the right headspace and needed therapy to rebuild yourself as well as your confidence. They say 50% of DV is SA and DV is reported. Thanks, Witchy Mama. I appreciate that. I've just always been so, like, because that at least there would have been some accountability, and then the next person could have seen that on his record because the next person that came along was also abused and then the wife after that was also, and they called me and told me about it and I'm like, what do you want me to do about it? I was with him since I was 16. I was like, if he's gonna do it to me, he'll do it to everybody. But it did take a lot of therapy to understand, that. Yeah, they need it, Joe, they do. We need to get both sides of Congress on board with that, you know? Oh, no, Hawkeye, no, you're not lying, hun. I never go alone fishing or at the mountain. I always go with a friend and my Roddy. Oh, yeah, that's all you need, right? You just need Roddy and a shoddy. No, I'm just kidding. But no, that's great. And dogs are great companions and they're a great way to detour people from, messing with you for sure. When did this happen to Rebecca? So it happened, she went missing around, it said November 2nd, 3rd ish, right? Because there was a couple different reports and, again, this lady, bless her heart, she's saying, don't believe everything you hear on social media. Well, I went to the news stations websites and these are the articles from the news and it's not accurate. There's differing information. She was 38 weeks pregnant. She was 20, or she was, excuse me, she was 38 weeks pregnant. She was 39 weeks pregnant. Um, so Bobby Joe Steinert, hey Brenda, happy Thanksgiving, was pregnant woman who was murdered in Skidmore, Missouri in December of 2020, 2004 by Lisa Montgomery. Bobby Joe Steinert in the Northwest, she was convicted and received the death penalty. Wow, and I do remember that story too. That's right, Brenda. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're in your early 70s, Joe? I don't believe that. Is that's where my 70s demographic comes in. We don't even do Thanksgiving, but we should thank God every day, even when this happens, because you are alive to help the children. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, and we should give thanks every single day. I agree with that. Lady Freedom, why do I have the feeling that some people don't want Jessica to raise money and hire a private investigator allegedly? Well, I get that feeling too, Faye. I do, because they gave her a lot of crap. And the ones that were doing it was the one that did it to begin with, she posted, was Sabrina. And then Jessica was really upset. And she's like, "Well, I told you, to me, that, it's no that I shouldn't do the GoFundMe because they're just gonna not donate to it because of what Sabrina did." And I said, "Well, it's not fair." I said, "That would be like if I, um, did something illegal, or say I took the money. Nobody could blame you for that, So, but I don't think that they want a private investigator hired. And the reason I say that is because Tamara said that she reached out to one and they told her that Devlin had been missing for a year before they would help. You know? KJ Maxx says it has that vibe, doesn't it, Faye? Yeah. Oh, Brenda says Montgomery cut the baby out. She was found and the baby girl survived the ordeal. I'm thinking that we might have a live baby too, Brenda. I'm hoping, I'm praying. Um, Thank you so much, Carrie. She says I messaged you the story about the newborn baby turned in. Thank you so much. Thanks, Carrie. Old people rock. That's right, NorCal SoGal. That's right. I figure myself for an old person too, though, because like I thought I was too old to do TikTok. That's why I wasn't on TikTok, because I'm like, it's all the younger kids and like my daughter's peeps. So I'm like, should I do TikTok? But there was a lot of people that were messaging about Devlin's case on TikTok. So I was like, well, let's do it. Let's go on TikTok. Let's do it. So I did. I decided right there. I'm like, okay, let me start posting on there. And definitely go follow me over there, guys. Excuse me. I would love to have you guys over there. Of course, it's going to be, similar to what I post over here, but just kind of getting the word out. The boyfriend and the mom can raise the baby. That's what I'm thinking they were trying to do, maybe, Joe. Or maybe the mom was mad because that was her boyfriend's baby or something. I mean, they didn't say that he was the boyfriend of her. They just said the baby's father, but I haven't listened to the podcast with the mom, um, Courtney Bartholomew. I haven't watched that yet. And I want to go over there and see what was said, right? So if I could pick up on anything that was out of the ordinary or off with her, but I will say I don't think that she would have been on a podcast today if she was given a polygraph. Excuse me, it would have been yesterday. I don't think that she would have been on there yesterday or the day before. Maybe it was Wednesday. If she had already taken that poly, but I'm really curious, and I'll share it. I'll share the video so y'all can go over there and look at it, because I mean it's interesting. It really is. There you go. Hawkeye says I'm in the gray area, too young to be old. Well, and I think you're only as old as you feel or whatever. Because I mean, I've seen people, like I said, some of these ladies out there were really getting with it and really causing a lot of crap. And I'm like, where do they get the energy for this? I don't have any of that. And I'm way younger, or at least I think Mary could probably be my grandma, I guess. I don't know how old she is really. I didn't do a lot of research on it because I figured, I'll just talk to her, right? And then when I tried to talk to her and she was lying, and I did get a message from, because I'll have to show you guys, let's see. One second. Alrighty. So when it comes to Mary Much, I was looking her up excuse me, I was looking through some posts and I saw an Alex Much that was hanging over with Ashley Tait when they were younger, you know? So Mary had sent me, which I had already showed you guys all of the messages with Mary. They're in a different video. But she sent me a message on November 12th at 6:32 a.m. She said, "This has been 2 months of this, starting with the bio mom. I literally am not connected to the family like you think. I will not fight, I will not argue, but I also won't stand back while I am being slandered on this podcast." I've never slandered her. I shared every single message that she shared with me, right? That her our correspondence together. So she says, if it's about Devlin, you can contact me. If it's more drama, just keep it away from me. I will not. It's not drama when I'm asking you questions about what you did with the money, Mary. That's not drama. Just because you want to say it's drama because you don't want to answer my question, that's called gaslighting, Mary. That's called gaslighting. I will not help ratings for your podcast. Okay, I have 3,000 people. If I cared about ratings, I wouldn't be here, right? I wouldn't be talking about a case that nobody wants to take on but me. Would I, Mary? Right? Because, yeah, that's insane. She said, I listened to the podcast long enough to know. Okay, well, you didn't listen to all of it. Otherwise, you'd know more. It was going to be, or excuse me, it's wannabe reporting and the truth does not matter. It does not help to spread lies. I haven't spread any lies at all. Not one, except for from your friend Panda Bear's mom, in which I put the kibosh on that and I kicked her from my channel, took her wrench, and said, get out of here. I don't want any lies in this story. So in the beginning, yes, I had a lot of stuff wrong from your friend Laura Cobb. A lot of stuff, and I even had people complaining in my email about her lying. Do you have anything to say about that, Mary? So, I texted her back, and I didn't even realize that she tried to get a hold of me on November 12th. So this is November 14th at 6:09 p.m. And I'll post these after this live. I said, "What about Alex and Ashley's friendship since they were kids? Isn't Alex your daughter or son that transitioned, or is that false? Cut the crap, Mary, and tell the truth." And she never has emailed me, excuse me, she never has messaged me back on Facebook Messenger, which is where we corresponded. I said, I showed our full conversation. I showed yours and Jessica's conversations. It's not slander if it's the truth. So again, be honest with me and stop blaming me for your part in this. I'm an innocent bystander trying to find the truth for Devlin. Just remember that all of you people out there that are trying to drag my name or smear me wherever you want to smear me, just remember that I'm an innocent bystander and one of the only ones on YouTube who has been actively covering Devlin's case. So you can kiss my big patoot. I said, so again, be honest with me and stop blaming me for your part in this. I am an innocent bystander trying to find the truth for Devlin. I said, look, Mary, I know you are going through a lot. I sure don't want to cause more issues for you. I know you just went to court with your daughter in October. I just need you to stop attacking me and be honest with me. And she has never contacted me back, except for she had Alex contact me. Because all of a sudden I have a long message from Alex J. Much, who is Mary's stepdaughter, excuse me, Mary's stepson, because her stepson had transitioned, excuse me. So Alex sends me this message November 15th, the day after I sent that to Mary. And so I just know, right, that she contacted Alex and told Alex to go after me, right? Because that's what they do. She doesn't have enough strength to tell me the truth or to be honest with me or to message me herself because I caught her ass up. So then she goes, oh shit. So this is what Alex sends me. I heard you were asking Mary much questions about me. No, I asked her about the relationship that you had with the Tate's daughter when you guys were kids, because Mary told me some other fairy story about knowing Devlin from her garage sales, which was also a lie. She knew Tamara for 9 years because I posted a post from Tamara from 9 years ago. And it had nothing to do with her garage sales. It had everything to do with her business that she runs, and it's called Much Forgotten Treasures by Mary Much. And I put her business card and posted that. That's not slander. That's called receipts. First off, I'm not her daughter. Mary is my stepmother, married to my father, Jack. And I am her stepson. Second, I was friends with Ashley Tait in high school and for a tiny bit after that, but I have not been to their home in over 15 years. So, me being brought up in all this has nothing to do with Devlin. I attended Sabrina's wedding to Joe Cook, and then they attended my wedding in 2019. After that, Sabrina and I returned to an acquaintance level friendship. We commented on each other's Facebook posts here and there for the last 6 years, but nothing beyond just social media. I met Devlin one time in mowing his family. I think she meant in meeting his family, but she said mowing. So I literally have nothing to do with Devlin. I hope that one day the truth is shed to light. It all feels sketchy. The only thing I'm concerned about is that Devlin, who seemed like a decent kid with learning disabilities who cannot perform everyday things by himself, is found. I agree. This poor kid is out there in the world either alone or hurt. Guys, I just want to say it again. This poor kid is out in the world either alone or hurt. He deserves the best in life. And right now, it's shit. People are arguing over bullshit stuff and not concentrating on him. I agree. As far as the situation with Mary Much, you need you need not to contact her about me. I am a grown man. You have questions about me, come to me. I live decently private life and even my own family members don't know a lot. Thanks. Yeah, and absolutely, Alex. And the thing is that I didn't have any questions for you, hon, because I don't think that you have any involvement in this. And I couldn't agree more with what you said. You know, but the thing is that Mary's trying to say that she only knew Devlin from a garage sale that he would come to and that he came to, you know, which is a whole ass lie because your families are intertwined. Right? If you went to Joe and Sabrina's wedding, then I'm pretty sure that I mean, I didn't invite anybody but my close family and friends to my wedding. I mean, I had a full, dinner and open bar and everything like that. So, my wedding was about $75 a plate per person. So I mean, I don't know. I just invited people that I knew because I knew I had to pay 75 bucks a head. All right. So I said, "Hey, Alex, I didn't mean to offend you. Mary said she knew Devlin from her garage sales, in air quotes. When I saw you when you were little hanging out with Ashley Tait, you can imagine my surprise. All I have ever asked for was the truth, no matter what it is. I just expect people to be honest with me, and unfortunately, they have been anything but. I appreciate you clarifying this with me. Just to be clear, I told her to cut the shit with me and told her I found old pics of you and Ashley. Someone else explained to me that you're Jack's son. That same person told me Mary used to be on meth pretty bad. Math, sorry guys. Mary used to be on math pretty bad. I can't help what people tell me, but it seems they were right about one part. I am going to find Devlin. I have fishermen who are willing to do sonar. I also just got a canine handler who's in the army, who is active, who is going to search boots on the ground. And we all know that's Jules, guys. Her dogs sniff out people and electronics, winky face. I won't stop until I find answers in Devlin. No matter what I think of his family, I agree he deserves to be found. I am a storyteller. That's my strength in this. And in order to tell it, I need others to be honest, and they haven't been. Thank you for reaching out. I also want you to know I didn't think you had anything to do with any of this. I hope you and your family have an awesome Thanksgiving. Okay? So, Mary, quit sending your guard dogs after me. You old hag. I'm tired of it. I don't deserve it. I'm actively trying to find answers in Devlin's case. And all of you people out there in this TikTok world, I would appreciate you sending me a message to my email instead of messaging me on there where I can't get a hold of you back. Because the one-sided conversations are not my bag. I'm not okay with it. I think it's ridiculous, and I think you're lying when you have to have a one-sided conversation that I can't reply back to. And my chat is always open to anybody who has a question, thought, or concern. And I allow for everybody to make comments here. My mods know that. I tell my mods, please don't erase anybody's comment unless it's racist, sexist, rude against the LGBTQ community, or that sort of thing. So no, you guys know that I don't erase comments out of my chat. Especially when we have people who are close to Devlin's case who are coming in here and talking. And that's a problem that we've had. You know, because Jessica and Tammy can't get along. And so when Tammy and Jessica are in here, they're going at each other like, two cats. And I told them both they can't be doing it. It's so cowardly, Indigo. It's so cowardly. It's like, I'm going to tell you what I think of you, and then I'm going to block you so you can't say nothing. Well, then why would you even bother? You obviously don't want to have a conversation. You know? Yeah, I know. I know. It's awful, but you know what though? I don't know though. The thing is, Hawkeye, I don't know what's worth my time and what's not, because sometimes these people come out of the woodwork and they do have involvement. They do have ulterior motives. They are super biased. So I'm just thinking, let's show everything these people are saying to me. You know? So it's very, very bizarre. I'll just say that. Nobody wants to give the truth. Nobody wants to tell anything valuable. If I ask somebody how long they've known Devlin or how do you know Devlin, and they just say, oh, just from a garage sale, I'm like, no, that's not true. Because I see pictures of your stepson with the Tates hanging out, home dogs, home skillet, right? Pretty close. So yeah, I mean, why are you minimizing that relationship? Why couldn't you just tell me, Mary, that your stepson used to hang with Ashley? What's the big friggin' deal? What are you hiding? What is the problem? Because you should just be like, yeah, I mean, I've known Devlin from around town. All the kids know each other. Everybody knows each other. It's a small place. That would have been way better than minimizing your involvement or knowing Devlin. Especially when you're sitting there with your hand out the minute that kid goes to disappear, the minute that kid, quote, disappears, you're standing there, we need some money for these signs. We need money, 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 money. And now you're just sitting on it. How about Devlin's voice? What about Devlin's voice? How do you think he would feel if he saw you guys making money off of his back? And it's not because you're working hard or you're sharing his case out there like the YouTubers or TikTokers. I don't fault people for that. We have to make a living, right? If we're going to do this and we're going to put all of our time and energy into it, we deserve to have our we deserve compensation for it. And trust me, AdSense doesn't pay very much. So it's not about the money for those of us who cover these cases. It's not. You guys made more on Devlin in the first month he went missing than I've made in YouTube for the year. Think about that. And there's still money out there that's unaccounted for. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Let's finish this, guys.
Jessica, we know you'll be on top of it. Jessica Dupnack for us live tonight. Thank you.
Okay. So I did finish that up. Yeah, and you know the thing, Chuchi. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you know, they dig themselves a deeper hole because they're very what is the word? They're very much like it's just they're so transparent is the thing. You know, it's textbook. It's all of those red flags and things that we notice, and it's just a textbook narcissism, really. You know, to come over and say, "Well, you're bashing the SAR groups." No, I didn't. When? It's gaslighting, right? Because they try to make you believe that you're doing something that you didn't do. It's gaslighting 101. And that's what narcissists do. And it's always look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, right? Now, I want you guys to look at Devlin, and I want you guys to realize that this child has been failed by everyone. By everyone. And for those of you who don't know what the skull is, you know, what skull they're referring to, that's One-Eyed Willie with the pearls over there. With the drawn-on mustache and eyebrows. It's creepy AF. It's creepy AF. And no one who cares about Devlin thinks that that's okay or appropriate. No one. Because it's not. Chuchi says they think they're better than us because they buy the blue checks next to their name, in my opinion. Yeah, you can buy your fame on TikTok. I didn't know that. It was like asking me, it said, do you want to boost your video or something? I'm like, sure. So I click on the boost and they're like, oh, $24, please. And I'm like, I don't care about it that much. I don't. It's about getting Devlin in more places. And that's why I did TikTok. And I saw the need for it, especially when I see, you know, another TikToker that's on there saying that Devlin has fetal alcohol syndrome. That's never been confirmed. Never. And according to his mother, she said that he did not have it when he was born. And also, when I talked to Tina, who is the alleged biological grandmother, because I do not know who Devlin's father is, she said that her son told her when she asked him about Jessica drinking while she's pregnant, that he said that he doesn't even remember Jessica being a drinker or drinking at all, is what he told his mother. I don't remember her even being someone who liked to drink or drank at all. Let's be honest. Jessica was 19 when she had Devlin. That means that she got pregnant with him when she was about 18 or 19 then. She couldn't go buy alcohol for herself because it's 21 and over. Right? And they were even putting more stiff penalties in place for underage people buying alcohol at it as it is. Right? So that's what I have to go off of. And then I asked Tamra, can you please send me receipts of Devlin having fetal alcohol syndrome? And let's see if I can find it. I have it. It's in a video. That's what she sent me. Or did I put it on a post? I might have put it on a post. Just bear with me here so I can look. But yeah, she did not send me the receipts. And that's a huge problem, right? And I also posted one that Matt tried to send me from 2019. 2019 is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for when Devlin was first born and diagnosed with all of this. That's what I want to know. Okay, maybe it's in the shorts. Let's see. No, it didn't do this. Didn't do it to shorts. Well, darn, I could have sworn I posted that. We talked about it the other day on here. Let me check this one because it might be in this one. Oh, okay. These are Mary's texts right here. And we already went over those. Okay. So no. I will post them again. I'll make a quick video with the other things that I was gonna post. Um, that wrench is way better than a check. Face Face says so. The family tried to take advantage of Devlin when when he's missing. They have no limits, in my opinion. Exactly. They all took advantage of him. You know, it's sad. It's sad. And now they're trying to backtrack and, "Oh, I'm gonna give Mary a voice." Oh god. Hey TikTokers, don't have a blue check, but I have a blue wrench. Does that count? That's funny. That's funny. Oh my goodness, Chi-Chi. But yeah, guys, let me get that out to you guys because I will. I'll post the other one that Matt sent too. So it's all in one spot. And like I said, if there's some kind of, you know, proof out there, but I just don't think there is. I know KJ Mack exactly. Poor Devlin. I feel sorry for the kid because I just don't think he had a chance. And then, I have some proof that I'm going to show you guys tomorrow of everybody ganging up on Devlin. And then, Tammy, putting something out there. Oh, Devlin said this about you to his mom, and then his mom getting mad at Devlin. And these are things that Tammy sent to me to discredit Jessica. Yet I can see right through all of them. But that's the stuff I was waiting for her to send me. You know. So Hawkeye says I've been watching the Holly Bobo retrial. I think he is a bad man, but innocent of the murder, which means a murderer is free. Wow, Hawkeye, that's interesting. I haven't caught any of the Holly Bobo retrial. I haven't. I've seen only one baby with alcohol syndrome. The baby's head was swollen, big, looking very much noticeable. It was alcohol syndrome. Right, exactly. Devlin doesn't have any of the physical characteristics that I can see that would indicate that he does have that, and that's another red flag for me too, Indigo. So thank you. And I also don't like all of these diagnoses, right? Whenever somebody says, "Oh, I got this, I got this, I got this," it's like, how are you still alive and walking around? How are you even wheeling yourself around? There's no way. There's just no way. Brenda says, I remember you putting all his supposed diagnosis in chat GBT, and it said it's unlikely to have all those diagnoses. If I remember correctly, yes, Brenda. Yes. And I just think there's a family history of self-diagnosis as well, because I'm going to show you guys some proof of that, which has what has led me to believe that, at least. Um, because there's no way you have all of these problems or you wouldn't be walking, you know? That's victim shaming, and Tammy and Matt done it here too. Yeah, they have. They did. They really did, Faye. They sat here and, blamed and shamed Devlin. and wanted us to believe all this stuff about him. And, that reminds me of Chris and Katie Proudfoot and what they were alleging about Sebastian in the beginning. Um, Carrie, I'm going to try to go. I'd kind of like to try to do like a daytime live and maybe not like a late night one. Sometimes on Friday I do that. Um, so that way I'll have my nighttime. But this week it was really bad for doing two shows a day. So I was thinking about maybe doing two tomorrow. But I'll send you the link. I will. Um, I think Holly's unalive is in prison, but is not Zach. Oh, okay, CC. They were KJ Mac. They were running a Munchausen by proxy list of diagnoses. And, that's one thing that I noticed right off the bat. My first red flag was all the diagnoses, right? And then my second red flag, which was when I heard that Devlin was cut off from the electricity, right? And I'm going to post what Tamara said to me, and then these are the text messages that she ultimately ended up sending over. Because she's like, you don't know what you're talking about, and all of this, right? You got it wrong, and everything. And she was trying to make Jessica look bad, but it really made everybody look bad because it just kind of solidified that there was a lot more to what Devlin was going through, and then he had no one to turn to. Because every time he did turn to someone and think that they were on his side, they weren't. You're welcome, Carrie. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you being here. So, Witchy Mama, they were at a certain time, and they were trying to get guardianship over Devlin. And the judge deemed him responsible for himself. And so then nobody was getting SSI, and the judge cut him off from SSI as well, according to one of my sources. But I do believe that they couldn't necessarily cut him off like that. It's just something that actually happens when they turn 18. But like Matt was threatening to take over guardianship, which he's a registered sex offender. Matt is. So I don't know how he thought he was ever going to get guardianship over someone else. But he was threatening Devlin with that. Sabrina really wanted to get guardianship over Devlin, and Devlin had her blocked at the time of his disappearance. So the only way she could get a hold of Devlin was on Facebook Messenger. Ooh, I love that movie. Indigo. That is one of my favorite movies too. Mask with Cher. Yeah. If they were, then it's a federal disability fraud to deny him electricity and water. Yeah. Well, and not only that, like I think him as an adult living there, they might have considered him to be, like a resident in that way, where it was like equally wrong to take his electric away. And that's right. His disability payments are for his support. Yeah, and they just wanted to take those, they did. They wanted to take uh all of his resources, in my opinion. And people were saying, "Well, we bought him peanut butter and bread and cheese," and I'm like, and milk, and I'm like, "Yeah, but didn't you already have those items in your house? Why couldn't Devlin go out and go to the fridge and grab a slice of cheese? How come Devlin couldn't use your loaf of bread and make himself a sandwich? What is wrong with that? That's abuse at its finest, withholding food. Or saying this is my food and you're not allowed to eat it. Threatening guardianship, yes, yes, KJ Mac, they were. They were. Yeah, think about that. It's supposed to be protective, but they used it to threaten him. Exactly. And it's so sad. Like, he did not deserve that. And good morning, Mama. Happy Thanksgiving or happy Black Friday now. And it is terrible. It's not fair. It's not fair. Devlin did not deserve that. He did not. He deserved to go home and be safe in his home. And that's the craziest part to me is that, that's what one reason why I can't rule out someone else hurting Devlin other than the Tates. And the reason being is because so many people had access to this young man, right? He was out there in a cruel, harsh, horrible world that we live in. And he was left to fend for himself completely. Sometimes he was left without a phone because it was dead and it needed to be charged. It's just so absolutely sad. It's just so absolutely sad. And just like when we talk about Sebastian's case, Sebastian was very sheltered, so that left us with only his parents, right? An immediate family who had access to him. He didn't have internet where he could conversate back and forth. He didn't have the capabilities, and his phone was being monitored by Katie. He couldn't even bring his phone out and about while they were going to BJ's, while they were at the Texas Roadhouse. Sebastian did not have his phone with him. So, I mean, that really dwindles down the possibilities of someone else coming in and doing anything to Sebastian or taking him or abducting him. He was very sheltered. And they even told Devlin, "Don't tell me you love me." Exactly, Carrie. And who does that? I agree with that, Victor. I think, and there's a lot of homeless that hang out in the woods. You know? I think they need to be charged for abuse too. I do. I do. Yeah. And then, when Tammy says that law enforcement told us that we can't force him to come home, that stuck with me ever since I saw it. And I was hoping that you guys would catch that whenever I posted it, and I definitely wanted to discuss it. But it doesn't sit well with me at all. It's so, so sad. Sleeping on the floor, right? KP sure did, though. She played it like a teenager on that video, ignoring him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the thing, we see this with Devlin too. Like, he's just like, an afterthought in everybody else's life and a punching bag, whipping boy. He deserves so much better. So, so much better. You know. And I'm still gonna say that I don't believe that there is any footage of Devlin, and if there is footage of Devlin at Carl's, it's not at 8:21 AM. It can't be. It can't be. He would never have time to get over there walking on foot. Yeah, the police are treating him like a missing adult, which yeah, they are. They are. Well, honestly, though, he was over 18 and not under guardianship legally, so police would treat him as a missing adult. They sure would. Yeah, and they are. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, they really are. They're basically saying, that Devlin can be missing if he wanted to be missing. Um, you know, because he can do what he wants as an adult. It is, Mama. It is so sad. Yeah, it pissed me off too, Chuchi. It's against the law to mess around with someone's phone. It's your lifeline source. I agree with that, Indigo. Yeah, and in some states, it can be a form of kidnapping someone else, right? Because you're taking their ability to call for help. For a kid that age to know he wasn't loved breaks my heart. I agree, Hawkeye. Thank you, Choo Choo, for the blue hearts. And guys, I've told you guys before, I have taken my daughter's phone when she was a younger, she was a teenager, and I told her, you're grounded from this, right? Um, so I understand it as being a privilege. I do believe it is a privilege. I do. But the thing is that, well, I'll have to save it for tomorrow. We're gonna discuss it because of these text messages that Tamara sent. Or Tamara, I'm sorry, and I realized that I mispronounced her name before. So Tamara had sent. Uh, so and I have to show all of it because it's about Devlin. It's not about anyone else but him. So the real question is the adoptive family taking advantage of that? You know, I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes because, you know, just based on Tamara's statement, she's like, "Oh, the darn, the police, they just said that they can't, do anything because he's an adult." Damn. Aw, shucks. I mean, that's what it seems like. It's odd, to say the least. You have a moment to be on camera, and that lady, that Casper, she's got like however many subscribers, right? A huge audience. But they really didn't care about the large audience or being heard. They just wanted Sabrina's Cash App to be plastered all over the place so people would send her money. And don't forget, Sabrina, 4 days after the vigil, or excuse me, 4 days after the bake sale, is reposting all of her Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, da da da, help us find Devlin. They're also saying on the 15th of May that they want to find a private investigator. Give us more money. They've yet to hire one. KJ Maxx says, correct, Witchy Mama. They are sometimes constrained by this unless they suspect foul play. Right. But they would, they'd have to do some heavier investigating, I'd imagine, because the statements are very inconsistent. I don't see why they're not seeing that as a red flag. And maybe they are. If you treat him as an adult and deny electricity, then you can't take his phone away. Can't be both ways. Absolutely, Witchy Mama. Definitely. KJ Maxx says, boom, 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 Witchy. Jessica needs to get proof and turn it into the law for charges. Yeah, and I'm hoping to do that for her because I just don't. I don't know whether she's overwhelmed, but she hasn't been following up with any of the resources I've given her. And I mean, Miss Ann had sent over uh the different dive teams, and I sent those to her. She never reached out. I don't know if she's frustrated because the United Cajun Navy put her in touch with 911 Find, and then she filled out the form and signed it, and then they put her right back in touch with who she had already been in touch with, which is Backwoods Search and Rescue, and then they told her that they need a tip. Well, if that was me, I would go ahead and give them a tip. I would give them Sabrina's the podcast and what Sabrina was saying. I would, send them a video of mine, right? But it could just be overwhelming. So, there's that. Yeah, Tam in my opinion. So where's the police? Same stuff like Sebastian. I know, Faye. It's unbelievable. It's like they're giving younger pictures. They're not telling the whole story, you know? No, and there are lots of good men and women in the world, Victor. You're right. It's not only just, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. We have wonderful people that are really working hard for Devlin. Trust me when I say it. I don't know how you people live, but here all our children are loved. Yeah, I agree, Hawkeye. Yeah. You just look out for the littles in the town, you know what I mean? It's just like even in our park. I mean, the kids are riding their bikes around and everything. We have a park over here. Um, they're at the pool, they're doing all this stuff, you just yeah, you always look out for them. Always. I agree. I agree. Laws regarding adults with special needs is different in age statute. It is. It is. And I think that should be considered in Devlin's case, especially because he's not, it's not like he's 25. He was closer to 18 than he was. So I mean, still a teenager. And he was 18 when he went missing, turned 19, about a month later. That's right. All kids should be loved, in my opinion. That's right, Chuchi. And Faye says 3,000 children are missing in the US since 2024 to 5. That's a huge, in my opinion. It is, Faye. It's far too many. And, most of the time it's the family. Statistically, it's not the weird man. It's not the man in the van. It's not the, you know, guy that's kidnapping kids. I mean, it is sometimes, right? We saw that with Michael Monkey Vaughn's case. It was those nasty, four disgusting creatures. I don't even want to call them people that took Monkey, and they were stalking him. Yeah, I know. See, Victor, that's scary. Well, and you have to. It takes a village. If you see a little one out and about, and they kind of look like they shouldn't be, it'd be nice if people would say, "Hey, bud, let's try to get you home." Right? Or, because it's it is a scary world out there and people look for vulnerable people. And little people are vulnerable. And so are, you know, autistic people, people with special needs, and they're a protected class of citizens, right? So I don't know why the ADA couldn't get involved in Devlin's case, honestly, because they're the Americans for Disabilities people, right? So yeah, mama, we always have to watch out for them. We just do. And as older people, that's what they need us to do. And it's not being nosy. It's about caring. It's about see something, say something, and do something, right? And that's not just on your keyboard typing away. It's do something if you see something unusual. Do something about it. Call the police, report it. Let somebody call you a Karen later on. Who cares? I'd rather be a Karen and save someone's life than to regret never saying anything ever. I'd rather come forward and take a stand against what I believe in than to not do it. I would regret not taking a stand more than I would regret taking a stand. Yeah, I mean, I would at this point in my life, Hawkeye, I don't know if I would take a brand new baby, but I'm telling you, there's so many young couples out there that are just trying and trying and trying to have a baby and be blessed like that. So I would rather them have that baby than me because I already had my baby and she's doing fantastic. I'm so proud of her. So very, very proud. Don't even get me started. You know, but I just think that, yeah, a young family, maybe in their 20s, mid 20s would be perfect to take in a baby, you know? Cece says I would do it. Aw. Well, and I know our friend Adam Forever 21 is a foster parent, and we need people that'll step up. We really do. Oh my goodness. Indigo says, the area I'm from, it's adults that go missing, never to be seen or found. Wow. Oh man. And it's just everybody deserves that. That's just like, as soon as I talk with Cindy, let me show you guys our newest case here, Zachary Vidal. And I do have his missing flyer posted, but I'll show you all this as well. He was 27 when he went missing. I believe. Let me make sure I got it all right. Alrighty, here we are. And like I said, as soon as I talk to his aunt Cindy, then we can get the ball rolling. I just want to make sure I get all of the information, and I'm correct on it before we speak on it, because I have gotten some other research as well for this case. And so this is Zachary, guys. We put eagles in the chat for Zachary. Um, Zachary Vidal, Pottsville, Pennsylvania, last seen October 22nd, 2022. Age now is 29. His height is 6 foot. His weight is 155 pounds. Now, not a small guy, right? I mean, he's thinner, but he's a tall guy. He's lanky. Again, it's not easy to get rid of someone. Zachary Vidal was last seen on security footage in the 7-Eleven convenience store located in Pottsville, Pennsylvania around 4 p.m. on October 22nd, 2022. He reportedly later attended a gathering at a home in the city of Pottsville. According to the occupants of the residence, Vidal left during the early morning hours the following day and he has not been seen since. He frequently walks near the Pottsville Free Public Library and the Wheel on Market and Center Streets in Pottsville. He was last seen wearing blue jeans, a red shirt, tan jacket, and an Oakley baseball style hat. Pottsville Police Department is 570-622-1234. That's 570-622-1234. And Zachary's case number is 22-08-287. Case number repeated is 22-08-287. And I am here to tell you that I bring the facts, and the reason why so many family members reach out to me is because people recommend family members to me. And they ask me, Lady Freedom, can you please take a look at this case? Because they know I'm not afraid to put out the truth. They know that I will dig and I will find out the truth so we can bring it. That's all I'm interested in. I'm interested in finding these kids. I'm interested in making my daughter as proud of me as I am of her. That's what I'm interested in. And I won't stop until we find these people. Victor says, have seen far too many things. A wolf following me, then it showed itself. That was old, didn't scare me much. Well, and I'll tell you, it's just like Jesse Farber's case. He called his wife and said, I'm being chased by coyotes and I'm scared and I'm in a tree and I need you to help me. And he was found right where he called her. I mean, just about right over in that area. Right? So, all it takes is for people to go out and search. 2 ATV riders found part of Jesse Farber in the woods 10 years after his disappearance. Guys, they're out there. They're out there. They didn't just vanish. We know this. They didn't. I can say unequivocally, no doubt about it. They were not poof disappeared. They were not taken in the mothership by the aliens. They are out there somewhere. And it may be in an area that was searched and searched and searched. They're out there somewhere. And when they're found, They will tell the story, no matter what condition they're found in. So yes, we will continue to look. We will continue to put searchers. We will ask people to look again with the sonar. We will ask people to go out there and search on foot. Absolutely. Carrie Jackson, thank you. I was just about to say, Carrie says, let's remember to give Jules a standing ovation tonight. I'm so happy to finally hear some action being done. Boom, Carrie. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And Jules is gonna bring it, you guys. She is. She's gonna put 150% in, and her dogs are well trained. All you have to do is go over to her YouTube channel and see how they find things. It's amazing. Aw, thanks, Mama. Thank you, lady. That's why I'm proud to belong here. Yeah, I'm proud to have you guys, all of you caring people who want to hear about Devlin's story because there's not a lot of people that know it. There's just not. And everything out there is just bull crap. Oh, he just loved to take walks. No, he didn't. He had to do that to survive. He didn't have electricity. He had to go walk up to the laundromat at Lako Laundry and charge his phone. That poor kid did not have any options. He had to walk. He had to leave. Sabrina herself told me that she woke him up early that morning and told him, "Get your bedding up. I need to cook breakfast for my son." Devlin takes his bedding up, according to Sabrina, puts it away. He uses the restroom and then he leaves out for the day. Sabrina said that was at 7:25 a.m. She said it to me on my podcast. So, with that being said, how does that add up? It doesn't. I always wondered if it was a coyote animals or coyote rug runners. He was said to be in substance enhanced. Well, and that's the thing too, Witchy Mama. I'll tell you, I had a long conversation with Rachel. We went over everything in Jesse's case. And she told me, she said, I don't want to believe that Jesse was on substances because he didn't seem to be. But they had also broken up for a little while, and he was staying over at his grandparents' house. And the day that he went missing, he was supposed to get a ride from his grandfather to work, and he didn't go to work. And he had his grandfather drop him off over at a restaurant. And so the next thing you know, he's calling her and it's nighttime and he's saying, "Hey, I'm over here," because they were childhood sweethearts, you know. And I was supposed to have Rachel come on the show and talk about Jesse, but then they found him. And she told me, I got to wait to see, I'm not doing too good with all this. Let me just wait and see. And then sure enough, it was Jesse that they found, well, part of him. So, yeah, I don't know. I do know SF Investigates like to have come out and told the whole world that Jesse was on all kinds of substances, and he, that's hasn't been confirmed or denied. You know, um, it's sad. It's just so sad. Thank you, Carrie. Aw, thank you, Mama, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Mama, say thank you. Oh, never mind, Witchy got it. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Witchy. Yay, that's exciting. Aw, thanks, Mama. I wonder if Jules lets her dog sleep in bed with her. My dog is leaving me about 2 square feet in the bed. But she's old and she needs to be comfy. Aw, that's how, Django gets really close to me. I don't know if it's because he's like trying to take up all the bed or be territorial or what, or he just likes to be by me or something. That's cute. Thank you for the gifted membership, Mama. Thanks, Chuchi. Do we know what the weather was that day? Um, that's a really good question. I'm gonna have to find that out, Coffee Crime and Cats. That's a good question. I did try to figure out what the weather was like, and it wasn't giving me like an exact. Like some places will. Like I remember trying to figure it out in Sebastian's case, and they gave me a pretty exact. I mean, because sometimes it's logged in like the almanac, you know. Horrible treatment towards this poor guy. Oh yeah, definitely. She already did. It was coffee, crime and shit. What? We have a brand new dragon, Cece. Oh, he's terrible, and he was acting, and even Stephen Crabtree was posting as if they're the ones that he's the one that found Jesse, and he did not. It was two ATV riders in July. You know, you have a cat too, Cece. Aw, I sent the car to college with my daughter in August. Aw, that's great, Witchy. I know my daughter will be graduating for a second time with her master's pretty soon here. Pretty soon here. She got her criminology degree, did her 4 years, and um now she's just going for her master's, but she also did psychology. So, um yeah, one of these days I'll have to have her on the panel. So, oh, the cat. The cat. Well, that's okay. She needs a cat too. He's a college cat now, or she. Uh, well, guys, I better hop off of here. We've been on for about 4 hours, but I enjoyed going over these cases with you today. I'm praying that they find Rebecca's baby um, safe, right? Even though he's without his mom, you know. Yeah, Mama, she's a. That's why I'm saying I gotta step up my game, you know. Um, aw. Victor says, a beautiful quote, American Indian Chief Joseph, from this point on, I will fight no more forever. Aw. My son is at in grad school for psychology also. That's so cool, Cece. I think that's one of the coolest subjects, most interesting subjects, I should say, to to delve into. I did psychology in high school. I did advanced placement. I took a full year, and then the teachers decided to do an AP psych where we could talk about like more in-depth things, and then you also got a college credit for it. But see, I had my daughter um, when I was 19 as well. So instead, I tried to go to CNA school, which I did. I graduated with honors on that, straight A's, whole 9 yards. Um, but yeah, so that's why I have a little bit of background in that. Um, but really, I always wanted to be a special ed teacher, always wanted to work with people with special needs. I also did that as well, but we did it um, I worked for it was special recreation. So we would do like summer camps, we did the Special Olympics, we did all kinds of stuff with the people because it was all ages. It wasn't just little kids, it was people of all ages. So, um yeah, exactly, Cece. You just have to lay down on the couch and have him analyze, psychoanalyze you. Oh goodness. That's right. We need these career goers in these fields. We do. And especially there's such a need for it now, right? There really is. Good night, Victor. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you all so much for being here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend too. If I don't see you, I mean, I know I'll be on here, but I hope if you guys are going shopping or something like that, that you have a wonderful time. And I hope you had a great day with family and friends. And one thing I can just say is that I'm grateful for all of you guys. Um, I couldn't have a channel without you guys. You guys are what keeps me going in terms of being able to do this full time and not having to, get a 9 to 5, and um I'm just doing exactly what I think I should be doing for the rest of my time on this planet, and I couldn't do it without you guys. So I'm super thankful and grateful for you guys. So, No shopping, mama. Doesn't leave home, I'll be here, right? But then there's Cyber Monday too. So, um, yeah, I'm excited. I do want to do a little bit of shopping. I also wanted to get um some wish list items for the Christmas with AJ that we're doing. So, because no matter what, I want to make sure we get that done. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be pretty wild. I'm gonna show you guys some texts and it might change your viewpoint on some things here. It definitely has mine a little bit, but I do know that the focus has to stay on Devlin. It has to remain on Devlin, and I would just urge the family to continue to send me receipts so we can put this puzzle together because I can't do it without you guys showing me what you're talking about, and the proof is so important, especially because every day I'm met with people telling me that I'm not telling the truth and da 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 da, when really all I'm doing is reading to you guys, the proof. So, thank you, Cece. Love you very much. Thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. There you go, online, and I know some people are just like, already have their Christmas done. I know some of my close friends do that, so, there you go, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. Yeah. Yeah, everything was shut down today, so here, we just end up going over, getting some IHOP and, you know, um, kinda hanging out, so all right, you guys. And again, our new case, Zachary Vidal. If you know anything about this case, or you would like to share anything with me, please contact me at ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com, and we can actually have a conversation about it. But yeah, as soon as I can talk with Cindy, and again, with the holidays, it's tough, right? So, you know. Oh yeah, so many germs. Oh gosh, yeah, you guys. Oh yeah, bring your hand sanitizer. All right. You guys all have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you all very, very soon.